Good morning to all of you. Dear guests, dear speakers, dear EESC members, dear friends, it is a privilege for us to be today together with you in order to have a new seminar about connecting you with a very specific topic which will impact us in the near future. My name is Laurențiu Plosceanu and I am the EESC's Vice President for Communication, and it's a personal privilege to be with you today. I am also delighted to be able to welcome you in person here in Slovakia, in the wonderful city of Bratislava. I want to thank the Economical and Social Council of the Slovak Republic for partnering with us this event, as well as the European Parliament Office and also European Commission representation in Slovakia for their support. I should like also to thank to the European Labour Authority for hosting us at their premises. We are truly grateful for this. I would also especially like to thank to Miroslav Hajnoš and also Martina Širhalova, which are members of our committee, for their generous help with organization and the preparation of this seminar. The Connecting Youth Seminar is an opportunity for us to bring together communication officers and press officers from civil society organizations that are represented in or linked with our committee, and to discuss a topic that is in the center of the current political and media debates. This time, at the 16th Connecting Youth Seminar, we are looking towards the future, and which is a very near one, and we will be talking about the European elections, which are scheduled in a half a year from now. It is no accident that our seminar is taking place in Slovakia, the EU country which holds the not so flattering record of having the lowest voter turnout rate in every European election since 2004, when it joined the EU. We shall also have to emphasize that Slovakia has also only 21% confidence in the government authority. The title of this seminar is European Elections 2024. Why vote? And during these 2 days we will try to motivate you, the civil society communicators, to get out the vote and also to encourage members of your organizations and your communities to go to the polls next June. Why did we choose to talk about elections? Because we think that the more of us, members of civil society organizations, vote, the more likely we will have the European Parliament that will be ready to fight for the causes we stand for. We have calculated that through our members, our organizations and our partner organizations, we can reach out almost 90 million Europeans, which is quite a target. Of course, it would be too ambitious to expect we can encourage each and every person of these 90 million voters, but every little bit counts. We hope that our seminar will encourage you and also enable you to spread the importance of these elections back home, and that your message will resonate with other people in your communities. So we want to talk with you, we want to listen to you, and we also want to brainstorm with you today and tomorrow. We have partnered with the European Parliament, and today afternoon, during the networking session, the Parliament's Director for Campaigns, Mr. Philip Schulmeister, will present to you the campaign strategy for the next year elections. You will also learn how to organize local elections campaign events and hear about Together EU community. We will have a hands-on brainstorming session on how you can help get out the vote. We will also give you some food for thought on the issues that will be of crucial importance in the campaign. We have chosen 3 important topics for our panels, which will take place today and tomorrow. The first one will be about disinformation in elections and how to fight it. The second, for tomorrow morning, we shall discuss how to win hearts and minds of the voters through mobilizing civil society for the elections. And on Friday afternoon, the third one, we shall conclude with our future. We will talk about motivating young people to vote. We hope you will enjoy and take an active part in our discussions, and we hope also we will give you many new ideas and the goodwill to take home with you. But before we start our panel discussions, dear colleagues, I would first like to give the floor to our distinguished guests, and with your permission, I should like to introduce them. First of all, it is my pleasure to introduce the President of the European Economic and Social Committee, Mr. Oliver Ropke. Oliver, please be so kind and join us over here. It is also my pleasure to introduce His Excellency, the Executive Director of the European Labour Authority, Mr. Cosmin Boiangiu. Thank you very much for hosting us today. It is also my pleasure to introduce the Vice President of the Slovak Economic and Social Council, Madame Monika Uchlerova. I should now have the pleasure to introduce the head of the European Commission representation in Slovakia, Mr. Vladimír Šukha. And of course, because we are speaking about elections for the European Parliament, it is my pleasure to introduce the head of the European Parliament's office in Slovakia, Mr. Robert Cermak. Without any further ado, it is my privilege to invite Mr. Oliver Ropke, the President of the European Economic and Social Committee, to deliver the opening speech to this year's Connecting Youth Seminar. Dear Oliver, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Vice President Luciano, dear Laurencio, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I'm very pleased and glad to be here in Bratislava, also because it's very close to my home city, Vienna, and I think it's a very good signal to have this important conference here. Allow me to start also with a round of thank yous, because I think we wouldn't be able to have this conference here without the help of a lot of colleagues, of course, from the European Economic and Social Council Committee, but also from the ELA. And here I would like to thank especially its director, Cosmin Boiangiu, for the help and for hosting us here. I would like to thank the Slovak Economic and Social Council, its president, Otto Nevitsky, and its vice president, Monika Uchlerova. Very nice to see you here again. And last but not least, the Vice President mentioned it already, the directors of the European Commission and European Parliament's representation here in Slovakia, who helped us to prepare for this event, Robert Cermak and Vladimír Šukha. And last but not least, the Jan Kuciak's Investigative Center. And finally, thanks to you, a big thank you to you, to all the members, the guests, the speakers who will be here with us, who came from all over Europe to discuss with us some really critical and topical issues today and tomorrow. It's really inspiring to see so many people who are eager and curious to engage in crucial discussions, not only about European elections, but about the Europe of tomorrow. And allow me to come back to two, let's say, events that took place yesterday. Yesterday evening, I think all of you are aware, we had elections in an important country, one of the founding countries of the European Union, in the Netherlands. You all know the results, and I think the results show that danger or attacks to democracy are not a problem from some specific regions, only from Central and Eastern European countries. No, it is a challenge for the whole of Europe, for the whole European Union. We saw that the party is by far the largest party yesterday, who actually campaigned with an anti-European program, asking for a referendum on leaving the EU, denying climate change, and so on and so on. It is worrying. It is absolutely worrying to see these results. And last but not least, we see that this party has also strong ties with Russia. So this is also a link to the question of disinformation that we will discuss later today. So I think it comes really timely that we discuss it, but to be not only negative, we have also positive news. Yesterday, the European Parliament took a landmark decision in a resolution asking to make Europe ready for the future, asking for a treaty convention to reform the European Union, to reform our decision-making procedures in the European Union, and to take on board most of the demands of the Conference on the Future of Europe, where we as European Economic and Social Committee played an important role. We were involved. We actually supported the recommendations and the conclusions of this conference, and now it's high time for Europe to deliver on those conclusions. And I'm really grateful to the Parliament that yesterday they decided in their resolution to start the procedure and to call for a treaty convention. I think this is the other side of the coin. This is the encouraging side of the coin, that Europe must go forward, must move forward. And I think both things shows that Europe is really at crossroads at the moment, and therefore the next elections will be crucial to see in which direction this Europe will go. Let me further, colleagues, start with a very basic misconception, particularly important in the context of elections, because Europe is not them. Europe is not you, him or her or me. Europe is us. We have 500 million different faces, and in the end, it depends on us how Europe will look like in the future. This is why it's so important that we all reflect on the challenges of the 2024 elections and on our place and our role in these elections. And we cannot forget about a key ingredient that has been fueling emotions in the past month and years, and this is fear. Fear can develop where there is ignorance and disinformation, fake news, and misrepresentation of facts. We have seen the power and the extent of disinformation. I just mentioned also the election campaign before the vote yesterday. We saw it also in Slovakia in the run-up to the elections, but we see it at the moment in all European countries. We see it in all European countries, so we have to tackle this. And what is the best way to tackle it? I mean, I think there's not only one recipe, but definitely we should look into the concerns of people. And the concerns of people, of voters, are not so different from country to country. I just had a look in the EP Spring Survey for Slovakia, and the main concerns of Slovaks are quite the same, like in Netherlands or in other countries. It's first of all the cost of living crisis, that they see many families are struggling to make their life with the financial means they have. They want to have support for their economies, for decent workplaces. So this is the main concern, and we are not only talking anymore about energy prices, food prices, we are talking about not affordable housing. I think this is a big issue across Europe. We see that more than 40 million Europeans allocate more than 40% of their household income for housing. This is something which is unhealthy and unsustainable. So just as an example, I think politicians and also we as civil society, we should first of all focus on those concerns of people. I think this is the best way to tackle disinformation and let's say the play and the campaigns with fears. But we have seen the power and the extent of disinformation used in the electoral context, and I truly believe that the parliament elections in 2024 will be a real test for Europe and for its democracy, and it's a test that, frankly, Europe cannot afford to fail. So how can we get ready? How can we prepare for these elections? And most importantly, how can we engage the citizens and make them feel those elections are about them? And here, the role of civil society is key. It is the civil society that can restore citizens' trust and confidence in our democratic values and institutions. So therefore, it's also one of my key slogans, key mottos, to say stand up for democracy and speak up for Europe. I think this is something which should be a duty for all of us. We need the EU citizens not only to speak up, but also to hear and tell us what kind of Europe they want. They need a platform, a convening space. And I'm convinced that the EESC can provide this convening space for the whole organized civil society. Ahead of the European 2024 elections, the EESC will therefore present a resolution to the future Commission and Parliament. This resolution will conclude and will include key messages from civil society organizations gathered during our first ever Civil Society Week, which will take place beginning of March. I think this is a unique opportunity for all of us, for EESC members, but also for organized civil society inside and outside the EESC to come together, to discuss, and to formulate our key messages ahead of the EP 2024 elections. And last but not least, where do young people fit into all of this? Because we can also see when it comes to European elections, when it comes to the Brexit referendum, we can see that the younger people, most of them are in favor of a democratic and a strong Europe. So I think it's also our duty to encourage young people to reach out, to go to the vote and to discuss with us. So therefore, it was from the very beginning one of my key priorities to give young people a stronger voice in our house. And this was already decided in the last mandate in our house. So I'm very pleased that we took, one of the first decisions we took in this mandate was to apply the EU Youth Test as first EU institution. So young people, youth organizations will have a specific voice in our house. And I see Katrina as the president of our youth group. I think this is also a very positive development that we have a dedicated youth group in the EESC, which will look into further opportunities to have a permanent involvement of young people and young voices in our main work, in our advisory work. The second point I wanted to mention concerns the current geopolitical context. And I think it raises also fundamental questions about the European Union enlargement. I said it at the beginning, very positive that now Europe reflects about itself. Because we can not only talk about candidate countries, how to make them fit for enlargement, we also have to reflect how we can make our European Union fit to manage a union with more than 30 members in some years. But I see it also as our duty in the EESC to connect as soon as possible with civil society in candidate countries. And therefore, we decided in our house to involve civil society representatives as from 1st of January 2024 in our work as first EU institution. I think this is also an instrument to fight disinformation also in candidate countries as soon as possible and to build up strong structures for civil society and for social partners, civil dialogue and for social dialogue. I think this should be a precondition for any future enlargement. And here I see really the responsibility of our committee, and we took this responsibility, and we can see now that other EU institutions are thinking in the same direction. The European Parliament is thinking about observers from candidate countries. We see in more and more council meetings, ministers from candidate countries. So I think it came very timely that we were the first institution that decided this measure. Colleagues, if we want those elections 2024 to be successful, we need to work together, EU institutions, media, communication specialists, and to raise awareness, to help fight disinformation, and most crucially, to bring Europe closer to everyday citizens. Everyone needs to be involved, younger and older people, women and men, entrepreneurs, workers, civil society organizations, NGOs, think tanks, associations, and group of friends. Most importantly, they need to know that those elections are about them, because as I mentioned at the beginning, Europe is not them, Europe is us. So therefore, once again, thank you very much for organizing this crucial debate and this really important event today and tomorrow. I really look forward to the fruitful discussions, and I'd like to thank you once again for your participation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. President, dear Oliver, for setting the scene in a complex manner. Let me resume some of your words, because we need to empower the civil society. We need to defend and to stand up for democracy. And of course, by the end of the day, it's not only about us, it's also about the legacy we are offering to our followers. Dear colleagues, please allow me personally to express also my gratitude for the previous presidents of the committee, Madame Schwenk and Mr. Jahier, and also to the previous vice presidents for communication, Isabel Cano Aguilar, and also Killian Lohan, in order to preserve the tradition of this seminar, which is organized every year. So please take advantage of these developments. Now, I'm in the privileged position to invite His Excellency, Mr. Cosmin Boiangiu, the Executive Director of the European Labour Authority, to have an intervention. Thank you very much, dear Ambassador, for the support in order to host this event over here. And please, you have the floor.
Well, dear President Röpke, dear Vice President Ploscianu, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to welcome you this year to welcome this year's Connecting EU seminar in ELA's premises here in Bratislava. And I'm happy for two very important reasons. First of all, the thing that this seminar and with such large participation takes place in our premises, in the European Labour Authority's premises here in Bratislava, Slovakia. From the very beginning, I was a very big promoter of Slovakia hosting this authority. It is very important that every single European capital hosts a European institution. And ELA, the European Labour Authority, is the youngest EU institution, the youngest EU agency, and it is important that it is hosted here in Bratislava, Slovakia. I mentioned this when we advocated for countries like Slovakia, cities like Bratislava to host European institutions, to host European agencies, that Europe doesn't have only one capital, that is Brussels. It has 27 capitals, and every citizen should see European institutions represented in their own country. They should see European workers living and working in their own country. So that's why we are proud that now we are here in Slovakia. Every week, European citizens, many professionals from all over Europe come to Slovakia to talk, to discuss, and to work for the benefit of labor mobility in Europe. And we are proud again that we take roots now as a European institution in Bratislava, in Slovakia. And we also want to make proud the Slovaks that we are a European institution working from here towards the whole Europe. So this is very important that this seminar takes place here in our premises, but also it's very important because what ELA does has at its core, at its heart, a very important principle of the European Union. It's one of the pillars of the European Union, and this is freedom of movement. So we are protecting the freedom of movement, we are protecting the freedom of movement of people, of companies, to work and to be active anywhere in Europe where they choose. So this is our fundamental principle of the European Union. It's a very important pillar of the Union, but also a very important element of our mandate. We work that people, wherever they choose to live and work, they feel protected by the European Union and by its members. So now, when somebody chooses to live in another country, to work in another country, or a business to activate in another country, they must feel that they are protected not only on the national territory, but also everywhere they go in Europe. So this is, again, a very important part of our mandate, very important part and principle of the European Union. And I'm glad that you will talk about future elections, about participation in future elections. This is another very important principle of the EU, the freedom to choose, the freedom to vote. It's something that should never be underestimated. And with this, I would like to wish you a very fruitful discussion. It's very important that we see such large participation here today in this seminar, but also we would like to see similar participation in the coming elections that will take place next year. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyangiu, observing that ELA is so dynamic under your leadership and just set and maintain the course. Thank you so much once again. Now it's my pleasure to welcome Ms. Monika Ulerova, which is a Vice President of the Economic and Social Council of Slovakia. And please accept our thanks for partnering with us for this event and welcome to our seminar. You are invited to deliver a speech. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will try to benefit from the possibility of interpretation, so my speech will be given in Slovak language. So I give you a few seconds to prepare yourself for Slovak language and interpretation. Thank you. I'm sorry for this interruption, and maybe it will give you some few seconds of break. Vážené dámy, vážení páni.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to address you on behalf of the Confederation of the Slovak Trade Unions and the Slovak European Economic and Social Committee at the seminar Connecting EU devoted to the European Parliament elections 2024. The impact on misinformation and issues of how to mobilize young people and the importance of civil society. Currently, we are in front of further European Parliament elections where the turnout of Slovak voters has been extremely long for a long period. This is going to be very decisive for the social and economic development of Europe. More and more in our region, there is doubting of European institutions, membership in the European Union, as well as the significance of its existence. This has been very strongly doubted. Spreading of such moods can be attributed to the responsibility of some politicians who use fear, uncertainty, and dissatisfaction of a party of inhabitants to supply their power ambitions. They use simplified rhetorics, they manipulations, and they lie, and they spread disinformation and create imaginary enemies who may be blamed for the problems of people and for their threatenings. This trend is different, independence of historical background, local conditions or social conditions, but these forms have one denominator too. They want to deny universal rights and freedoms and reduction of democratic principles and institutions. Recent crises are accompanied by the phenomenon such as exploitation of workers, inevitability of more stricter and more just redistribution of sources, and strengthening of the far right across the whole Europe. And here we can see the inevitability and irreplaceability of the trade unions, which requires the democratic partners to be cooperating. Far right is not a solution of problems of workers, but it is just a result of it. It is a trap that is accompanied by the feelings of uncertainty, threat, and fear, and it is a threat to democracy which cannot be taken for granted. However, without democracy, there is no social justice. Trade unions has always been an anti-fascist movement. They represent the values of solidarity, of gender equality and social justice, and as well as opportunities for workers. Trade unions are against racism, xenophobia, and discriminations. Trade unions form the backbone of the European democracy, and that's why any attacks on the civic society, non-governmental sector, non-profit organizations should be perceived as attack to trade unions, since these are also a part of the organized civil society. In the coming future, they may play an important role in the fight for protection of democracy and its fundamental pillars. Very often people perceive the European Union as an abstract, intangible project which is very distant. They don't understand him, and it has no impact, no positive impact on their lives. That is necessary to constantly focus and point out the benefits of European legislation, for example, in social and employment area, which has final immediate impact on the life of every individual. People often take these benefits as for granted, and they cannot see the background, how difficult they were achieved. Another problem is lagging behind of all countries of so-called older member states by the new ones, especially on the level of wages and salaries. However, this is not the Brussels who should be blamed, but the problem generated by our economic and social model. It is important to explain the importance of the social community for member states. There are lots of benefits which the membership in the EU brings to Slovak citizens, but this must be transformed also to the national context. I use the optics of implementation of social and employment rights. The European Union can be perceived as a large social project, bringing lots of social measures which would be implemented and fulfilled in a much difficult way if we are not a member of the European Union. Many of them would depend on the political will and ability of national political elites to reflect on that. Many inhabitants often miss the fact that lots of measures in the social and work-labor area, which we have in our legislation, is due to European legislation. And I may mention, for example, parental leave, which stems from the work-life balance directive, as well as minimum measures concerning the working time, working conditions of agency employees, as well as main principles of improvement of occupational health and safety, and so on. Any legislation prepared on the European level fully respects the social dialogue. It means without comments and communication with social partners, and also without trade unions, it is not possible to adopt any legislation. Further directives which are awaiting transposition into national legislation, such as directive on adequate minimum wages and on transparency of remuneration for men and women, will have substantial impact on remuneration of the Slovak employees. Further, European directive on digital platform, which is under preparation, will significantly influence performance of work for digital platforms and social security, as well as protection of the workers working in this way. The experienced debates at the European level prove that it much faster reacts to new challenges, and the legislation is being assimilated to that. To be a part of the democratic and social Europe means to be an active citizen. Civic engagement and activity of Slovaks is very low, one of the lowest within the European Union. 3/4 of citizens are not organized in any interest group, any association or club. This will mirror also the quality and resilience of democracy, democratic institutions and institutes. The rate of civic and engagement and participation is also related to social and economic facts. A person that suffers from poverty, social inclusion, or with low income is not interested and has no energy to participate in any interest and civic activities. If I have said that social justice without democracy doesn't work, it is valid also vice versa. Without social justice, it is not possible to strengthen democracy. If we are co-authors of something, it is close to us. However, if we are only passive receivers of both benefits or decisions, we may feel abandoned and distant. To be an active citizen at the local and community level means to be interested in public issues, in public affairs, and to provide comments on them. We can be organized in various associations or interest groups. Active citizenships create a synergy effect, what contributes towards making the life of the individual as well as of the community more quality. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to wish to all participants of today's seminar to feel very good here and to have a good time. And I do wish stability, cohesion, democracy and social justice to whole Europe.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Vice President Uhlerova, and also thank you for mentioning the values of solidarity. And I have to emphasize the fact that in your National Economic and Social Committee, in our European Economic and Social Committee, employers, employees, civil society organizations are every day working on consolidating the values of solidarity. So thank you very much for bringing this topic on our attention. Now it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Shukha. We are very happy to have you with us today, and I have to tell you that we are developing and we are part of a larger partnership. That means the Parliament is the one which is triggering the topics, but also the Commission, our committee, the Committee of the Regions. The greater majority of the European institutions are and will be involved in, let's say, increasing the awareness about the necessity for higher level and the high quality of voting for the next year. Last week I had the pleasure to have a direct talk with the Prime Vice President of the Parliament, Mr. Karas, and also the Director for this kind of events from the Parliament, Mr. Schulmeister, and of course Mr. Kleinig from our committee, and we have agreed for some common steps to be developed under the Parliament, let's say not authority, but conducting approach. Once again, thank you very much for being with us. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Dear President, Vice President of European Economic and Social Committee, dear President of the Slovak Trade Union Confederation, dear Monica, dear Kozmin, dear Robert, ladies and gentlemen, a big thank you on behalf of all Slovakia to Economic and Social Committee for being here. Slovakia needs your help. Slovakia needs your mobilization. Slovakia needs people to go and vote. It has already been mentioned several times that the track record of Slovakian European election is not the best. Actually, on the contrary, we are always at the end of the participation. But there is also some good news. You mentioned, dear President, several times civil society, and it's important. And I just came yesterday night from a big event we organized for 2 days in small town in central Slovakia with more than 100 representatives of civil society in Slovakia. And frankly, I can tell you that I'm charged with the energy because I saw those people, every single person has a huge and fantastic story behind. Story of helping the local community, helping the women, helping the environment, helping the society to fix the problems which are in that society. And that's why we also call this initiative of the representation of European Commission in Slovakia, fixers of the society. So this is what we started more than a year ago, and throughout the year we have done several important steps in this direction. What has never been mentioned this morning is one important element which can help us, and I hope it will help us to mobilize people next year, and its 20th anniversary of enlargement. Obviously, this is not a mobilization factor which you can use in all Europe, but definitely in this part of Europe, we have to talk about 20 years of membership of the European Union. Just to tell you that, Monica, you perfectly outlined how important the European Union is. And it's so sad, for me, frustrating even, I must say, because I was in that group of people who negotiated actually the entry of Slovakia to EU between 2000 and 2004. It's totally frustrating for me to see that disinformation and hoaxes about the European Union are prevailing. That even people are talking about, and it triggered our reaction. I tell you what this reaction was, because I saw in the survey, public survey, that sort of 1/3 of people blame European Union for slow economic progress of Slovakia. And I said, my God, so if this is true, this is totally horrible that we have even one single person blaming the EU for the slow economic progress of Slovakia. So then I asked National Bank of Slovakia to do the analysis. How much does that represent the membership of Slovakia? And here is the result. 15% of GDP is only, of Slovak GDP, is the membership in the single market. So it means going out of the single market, the Slovak economy will collapse. And direct payments of the European Union delivers, these payments deliver every 5 years for every Slovak family 1 car. So this is amount of money which is being transferred to help Slovak economy, Slovak society to grow. It is 1 car every 5 years. There are 4 people in Slovakia. So these are absolutely staggering numbers. So then this is what we need to protect through the civil society, through trade unions, and I can tell you, and I'm very happy that Monica, as a president of the Trade Union Confederation, is one of the biggest promoters of European Union in Slovakia. Whenever I'm at the stage with her, so she's always speaking very, very strongly for European Union. Slovakia has a huge problem, and this problem was mentioned already, but I will mention it again, and this is disinformation. This is one of the core businesses. You know, you can't imagine how much work we are putting at the representation to fight against disinformation. Of course, with the help from Vice President Jourova and from colleagues in headquarters. But this is a total disease which is spreading in Slovakia. So and the results are here. From the most pro-EU country 10 years ago, we lost almost 1/3 of population, and we have only 1/3 is totally against the EU, 1/3 is very lukewarm, very undecided, and only 1/3 of the population is strongly for European Union. We have in this country 50, that's the survey from last year, 59% of the population would not oppose of having a strong leader who would be acting at the border of democracy. So which is staggering and quite shocking number. And we have more than 50% of population believing in one of the conspiration theories one can, and this is very recent from the Globsec survey. So we have a huge task ahead of us. And we have analyzed the Slovak parliamentary elections, and this is being finalized, different reports, because we commissioned some reports about the role of disinformation. And this is just being finalized, but I can tell you that disinformation played extremely important role in the last elections on 30th of September. Even during the moratorium, for the first time, the deep fake videos were used and aired in Slovakia, having quite an important impact on the results. So these are all elements we really have to work together. We have to fight. So this event and many events, which I hope we will be organizing together with European institutions, will help us to mobilize people. I'm absolutely sure that the civil society and the young generation is a hope. We had even yesterday a panel of 5 or 6 young people, all I think less than 28, and talking about what kind of society I want to live in. And you know, there was unanimous call for being strong partner of the European Union. So I think that there is a hope, but there is also a lot of work. So then on behalf of representation here, but I hope that on behalf of all Commission, I can promise that we will do all what is in our capacity to mobilize people to go and vote for Europe, vote for European values, and subsequently vote for good future of this continent. Many thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Vladimir Šucha, for mentioning the potential of the Slovak society to fix the society over here. Secondly, for mentioning the negative impact of the disinformation, and this should be one of the topics to be developed today. And also, I should like to add, it's not only a hope we are expecting from the followers, but it's also the chance. Our chance is very much based on their adaptation to the reality. On the other hand, the way they will adapt their reality to their needs. Once again, thank you so much. It is my pleasure now to invite in this welcome session Mr. Robert Cermek, which is the head of the European Parliament office in Slovakia. Mr. Cermek, we are very grateful for your support and cooperation in making this seminar happening, and please, you have the floor for the next minutes.
Thank you very much. Dear Mr. President, dear Vice Presidents, dear members, dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure for me to be here this morning. First of all, thanks to all the EESC staff for organizing this event. I know you were working really hard. I see Eva, all her team, congratulations. We are just starting, but I already can congratulate you on this event. All the partners, obviously, Ella for hosting us, and all other partners participating. For the venue, as it was mentioned, we all know why we are in Slovakia, and I hope that before the 29 elections, we will be in another country, not in Slovakia. So let's see how it works next year. To be the last speaker, it's a great advantage because everything has been said, and I can agree with everything you said. But nevertheless, I would have to add some points specifically on the elections, because when we talk about the elections, we sometimes forget to say a few things. We are now less than 200 days before the elections. It's a unique democratic exercise. It's actually the second largest elections in the world after India. And very often we hear that EU elections are less important or less relevant, that people are not interested. But last time the turnout was over 50%. Okay, it's still less than in most of the national elections, 50%. Okay, you say it's not that much, but in absolute terms, it's 200 million voters. 200 million people voted for MEPs in the last elections. So when someone says there is no democratic legitimacy in the EU institutions, I usually answer with this figure: 200 million people voted. But the election turnout maybe should not be the ultimate goal of us as communicators. It depends on many other factors. Our campaigns cannot really make a big difference. It can make a difference, but there are a lot of other factors, especially political campaign, activities of political parties, of the candidates, because what we will be running, it's not going to be a political campaign, it's an information and communication campaign. Concerning the campaign, I will not give you many details because, as it was mentioned, we will have a separate session with Philipp Schulmeister at 2:30. So I hope he will reveal some elements of our strategy. But I think we should really try to convince more and more people to come, and especially to understand why it matters to vote. The title of the conference is Why Vote? We should try to explain people why vote and why it's not a good idea to stay at home. We are going to elect 720 members of the European Parliament. Yes, the new figure is, the new number of MEPs is 720, not 705 as it was until now. And these 720 politicians, our representatives, they will be co-deciding on the EU legislation for the next 5 years. The EU legislation, which has a direct impact on our everyday life in many areas, basically in all areas we can imagine. And we need people to understand this, that the EU legislation has impact on them, whether they agree or not, because we are not selling these decisions always as a success. Sometimes you are not supposed to agree with all the decisions, but even if you don't agree, these decisions have direct impact on your life. If people understand this, I hope they will maybe understand also that it's important to go and select your or our representatives in the European Parliament. Another element is that we are not only electing MEPs, members of the European Parliament. The impact of the EU elections is much larger, and that's why we don't call them European Parliament elections, we call them the European elections. Because the newly elected Parliament will then elect the new President of the European Commission. These new MEPs will then hold hearings with the Commissioner designates, so they will have direct impact on the composition of the European Commission and thus on the composition of the EU institution and its direction, of the direction of the EU. That's why the meaning of the EU elections is much larger than just the composition of the hemicycle, of the meeting room of MEPs. As for the campaign, you will hear more from Philip, but I can already tell you that we are not able to make it alone, the Parliament. We need partners, we need other institutions, we will have great cooperation with the Commission, with the EESC, but we also need active citizens. We are working with volunteers. We have a community which we call together.eu, and I invite you to get familiar with this community and help us promoting it among your members and your target audiences. But obviously we need all other partners, and civil society organizations are the key partners. Without you, we are not able to reach a wide audience. So I'm really glad to see all of you here today, and I'm looking forward to our discussions. Thank you very much, and thanks again for organizing this.
Thank you very much, Mr. The Parliament, but also the effects of these elections on the other European institutions. And please count on our involvement and also interest in these developments. Dear colleagues, we are coming to an end with this first panel. I should like to try to conclude telling that the most important office and the one which all of us can and should fill is that of a private citizen. And by the end of the day, all of us here or in the member states, in our organizations, private citizens, we have not only the right to vote, but all the rights are complemented by the obligations of exercising these rights. So please offer a round of applause for the first panel. Thank you very much for your kind contribution. Dear colleagues, we shall continue with a keynote interview. It is now my great pleasure and honor to be able to announce the interview with the keynote speaker of our seminar, Mr. Grigory Mezhnikov. Mr. Mezhnikov is a president of the Slovak Institute for Public Affairs. He will speak about Slovakia's attitude to the European elections with Ivana Dragicevic, which is Europe's future fellow at the Institute for Human Sciences in Vienna, and also editor-at-large and reporter at N1 Television in Croatia, an exclusive CNN affiliate for the Adria-Balkan region. Ms. Dragicevic is a multiple award-winning reporter. Thank you for helping me. Please, you are my guest, and also our guest speaker.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We are supposed to have a wake-up call for all of you this morning of 20 minutes, but you guys hijacked our 20 minutes, so we'll hijack your 20 minutes from the coffee break. I'm sorry, but that's the way how it is with time and number. So all of you who are from Slovakia know Grigori, but as we heard for the introduction, you're my co-Europe's Futures Fellow at the Institute here close by in the small city of Vienna. But we are also people who, as we heard, deal a lot with disinformation and with our future overall. So my first question to you this morning, we heard a lot of, worrying signs and issues that arise in front of us in this 2024, which will be the year in which Slovakia celebrates its 20th anniversary in and within European Union. So why, in your opinion, is this fact that Slovakia has the lowest turnout in EU elections still?
Well, first, thank you very much for inviting me to this event. Really, I am honored to be with such distinguished audience and to have opportunity to share some thoughts about situation in Slovakia and context of Slovakia's position as a country with a really very low voter turnout. I think that the key word in the whole this issue is inconsistency. Inconsistency in opinion, inconsistency in approach, and as a result, of course, this low turnout. We had in 2019 the highest turnout ever in European Parliament elections, but only 23%. So 5 years ago, turnout was 13%. So first, proceeding from the terminology of political science, I mean, in electoral studies, European elections in Slovakia are the first order election. So they are perceived, the second order elections, they are perceived by political parties, by the population. I have to say they are not very competitive in perception of people, because people see the elections as a power game, and it's power game for leadership on the national level, and for big part of the population, the party competition on the European level is not very understandable. But
it's overall, I think in Eastern Europe, this is the fact. Okay, we are also close by 29.
Yes.
Yes, but
yes. But then we can find this inconsistency in approach to European Union as such. Mr. Schucha quoted the results from opinion polls. I mean, still, the positive perception of advantages from our membership in the European Union prevail. However, of course, in the last couple of years, thanks, or rather due to disinformation campaign, the level of trust is really decreasing, but nevertheless, still, the perception of advantages is prevailing. But in one, this is just an example of inconsistency in opinion. In one public opinion, a hypothetical referendum about either leaving or remaining in European Union, a majority of Slovaks would vote for remaining. It's higher than 60%, around 70%. But in another opinion poll, which was surveying the threats for the country, and just recently this result was published by Visegrad Insight journal, 52% of Slovaks consider European Union is one of the threats to the country. So more than, the half of the population. So, and then the question is why this inconsistency? I think, of course, it's about the legacy of the past. It's about really waves of disinformation in the last years. But it's also about simplistic perception of our membership in the European Union and how political actors are working with this, because it's mostly about economy in perception of people. So it means that all these immaterial benefits, security, human rights agenda, political connotations, somehow they are overlooked by the population. They are neglected, and political actors are intentionally working only with this one dimension, economic benefits. Economic benefits, of course, these economic benefits are very important, and Slovakia, generally speaking, is a success story. Our membership in the European Union really had huge effect on economy, but all other areas, somehow people perceive this as a less important, and especially they underestimate the opportunity for themselves to contribute to the creation of the political space in the whole European Union. So they do not see their personal participation in elections as something which really matter.
But we see this is overall trend. We see what's going on in national elections. We talk about, of course, Slovakia, but we saw Holland yesterday. We see the trend in France, Sweden. This is the trend in Europe in this time of overall mistrust, especially in the traditional institutions. And we heard the word fear, it's overall. So what insights can we draw from the results of your national elections towards 2024?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue. Well, I think that results of our national elections show that some part of political spectrum which, political parties which were in opposition in the previous electoral cycle, they were motivated for good results in elections on the base of some personal interest of these politicians which were not related to the interest of the country. I think even in less degree interest of Slovakia as a EU member state, because what now we see couple of weeks after election and new government took over the office just two weeks ago, and proceeding from their declared intentions and even made practical steps, I would describe this new ruling coalition as a coalition based on personal vengeance, political revenge, and revision of policies. And these revisions of policies, unfortunately, could lead to the creation of conditions for liberal democracy in this country not the most favorable. So it means that situation in the area of political democracy, human rights, rule of law, but also quite important thing, also in attitude to European Union, because some political parties, including the ruling parties today, their mobilization strategies before national elections unfortunately contained some points which were not only in contradiction with the values of of liberal democracy, but also with our membership in European Union. Now, how this results can affect the turnout, not only turnout but results of European elections. Paradoxically, maybe these less favorable conditions, which I hope their degree will not be very high, but nevertheless, it's absolutely clear that the members of the ruling coalition, they are presenting some Eurosceptic. Formally on the declaratory level, these parties, at least two parties, are pro-European, but we see how particular representatives of these parties, what opinions they expressed. But this more problematic environment for domestic political development paradoxically can energize other portions of the population and parts of political spectrum for the better results in elections. Because according to opinion poll, what is really encouraging factor for people? First, participation in elections, and second, voting for pro-European parties. The positive attitude to Europe, to European integration, and especially in this situation, big part of the population and prevailing part of the voters of pro-European parties convinced that European Union is the most strong guarantor of democracy in Europe and in Slovakia. So it means that after a couple of months of governance of this ruling coalition with all expected problems, the part of population will be motivated to come to elections and to vote for the parties just by this fact that Europe is our, protector
Okay,
against...
so you think basically just, dissatisfaction with the current government can be the motivator, or what can you see as possible motivators for Slovaks to go and vote and, to change this tide? Because these are the facts, that this information tide is very strong, that the mistrust is, on high level. So if we look at our audience here today, representatives of, civil sector, of business, we heard 90+ million people, NGOs, trade unions, a message for them in that regard. You know, what can we all do as citizens, as Europeans, to motivate our colleagues, our workers to go out and vote? What do you think it's specific for Slovakia here to
of
do
course,
this?
What I told, of course, it's not only one factor. I mean, this kind of resistance toward authoritarian threats and the hopes that European Union will support the pro-democratic trends in the country. But also there are some, some domestic tasks. First for political parties, but now we are not on the soil of party politics. Yeah, so it's a task for political parties. The experience is that the more developed pro-European programs of the parties, the higher support for pro-European parties as such. But also concerning civil society...
I'm sorry, I have to stop you because we can throw this into trash can because on the voting polls, we didn't see that. So what can we do up until June next year to maybe, you know, change the trend?
Well, to involve people with the pro-democratic and pro-European feeling, to involve specifically actors of civil society. Civil society is something which is dependent on democracy. I mean, we do not have in this country more committed fighters for democracy, people who are in favor of democracy than civil society. And civil society in the previous years really, not only very actively, but in huge degree contributed to pro-European development in this country.
Business sector is also in that picture?
Business sector, yes, but for business sector it's a sensitive issue because, you know, these ties between party politics and business sector. But in European elections,
do you think
I think
maybe
that
we can point to that, you know, for them to think about them and think about, you know, asking people for civic engagement, not being involved in this kind of business, but other?
Well, for business, our membership in the European Union is absolutely crucial. After we entered the European Union, the business environment improved in this country. And of course, without this fact as such that we are integrated part of European Union, we are members of Eurozone. Among all the 4 countries, we are only one country with this. And of course, business community can be involved, but I mean, it's about mobilization with the use of methods how to encourage people, and to reduce the importance or salience of those factors which are rather discouraging. And what are factors which are discouraging Slovak voters from participation in public life? So it's distrust to institutions, distrust to politics, distrust to political parties. So, and of course, realistically speaking, I mean, all these factors, they are long-lasting. But what we can use in mobilization campaign, mobilization activities is just support for democracy, for European values. And for big part of the population, these words are not just empty phrase. It's something which is influencing their life and is impacting to their decision to be part of the process.
But they need to find, you know, motivation to go out and vote, because if they believe in those values, they should exercise it out there. Another question we heard from a labor union leader here, and you know, it's the question overall in Europe: cost of living, economic grievances. Basically, so trade unions' role in motivating people to go out and vote. How do you see it?
I think that it was a really excellent speech of Mrs. Suhlerova. So far, I have to say that, this position is very important, but in the... Sorry?
4 minutes. We have.
4 minutes. Yeah, but trade unions are not the most numerous, I think, institution, organization in Slovakia.
Please close the door, because I know they have fun outside, but we cannot hear.
Membership is not increasing. I think I can imagine trade unions as a part of the bigger alliances for democracy, for social justice, but also for higher voting turnout before elections. The issue of trade unions in Slovakia, so far, had the connotation of certain political affiliation. And of course, social democracy is a traditional partner of trade unions in Europe. However, we in Slovakia, I think we do not have the real social democratic parties. We have self-declared social democratic parties. Membership of both of them after the elections in Party of European Socialists was suspended because these parties are not following the norms and rules typical for social democracy. So it creates, of course, problem in relations between trade unions and social democratic political formations in this country.
So where can people draw inspiration from? Because for many of us, you know, when the system changed a long time ago, and you are 20 years in the European Union, you know, where can we find inspiration for us that Europe is important for us? Because it's always, you know, if I come to Brussels and I'm, you know, very keen pro-European, it's a distant thing. It's people who speak in codes, EESC, this, that. It's very distant and it's very far. And it's very easy to say to people, it's very distant, it's very far. Them there in Brussels are doing this and we here have our own grievances. How do we give, or can we at all give passion to Europe, which is now basically in the outskirts of global geopolitical fight, and you know, people don't trust it?
Well, Brussels is a real distance, but European Union is here. We are European Union, and I think that we should do, our best to remind people that 20 years ago we were in the situation in which there were three factors which happily combined in one. So European Union opened the doors. We, conducted our home task, and geopolitical factor that one of today the most aggressive state was not enough strong to prevent us from this, from entering both European Union and NATO. And we are in the European Union. Now we have the new generation, people who were born after our entering European Union, and they perceive as something absolutely obvious that we are in European Union, but we know that this society passed through the very complicated process and now of accession to European Union. Now we are in European Union and we are benefiting from this. We live in stable environment. We are protected by our membership in European Union against, instability. So we have to remind that if we want to be in better conditions, if we want to be protected from unexpected development, not only from outside, but also from inside. The rise of extreme right populist forces is a reality. In Slovakia, fortunately, the organized fascists are not in the parliament, but we have in the parliament some individuals who are anti-democratic, anti-European, and definitely they will continue their activities in contamination of the public discourse by all these anti-European narratives. They are not prevailing, but it's also a task for mainstream politicians to be part of pro-European alliances in this country. It's not, it's not the thing which is given. As I said, the current ruling coalition, maybe it will be fight inside the coalition, but there are some important persons. I think that they have the problems how democracy really works, and they want to concentrate power in a manner which is not fully in compliance with European norms and rules.
And just to conclude, room is here full of press officers who work throughout Europe. Communication is one of the most important things of today's world. We live in the world of big tech, where every person is, medium for itself on the social network. So how to communicate, not just Europe, not just, asking people to participate and vote, but, how can we communicate democracy as such in this time?
I mean, I think that we have good content of this communication, but we should be better in communication through all these new information communication devices. I mean, it's a challenging thing because we see how the opposite side, I mean, those who are against democracy, against EU integration, against equality of people, how they are inventive in using all these new channels. I mean, TikTok, YouTube. So we have to be better in this, and it's a challenge. It's a challenge for all actors. I think that the positive thing is that on the side of civil society, I mean, the capacities of civil society, knowledge of these people, I would say digital literacy is much higher than among political parties. But among political parties, we see how those who have problematic views on the politics, on democratic values, how they are ahead in their knowledge and their I mean, abilities to work with the new information technology. So democracy should use any, I mean, disponible means, including technology, and I do not see any other way how to defeat the enemies of democracy and Europeanness than to use, I mean, the all possible means, technological means.
Ladies and gentlemen, Grigory.
Thank you.
So what's the time they have for coffee? 10 minutes? Yes. 10 minutes, and then this info panel, sorry guys, it's not because of us, we're on time, so blame others. 5 minutes, it will be 5 minutes late if you all come back on time. Thank you so much.
Seats, and we are going to start the first panel of our conference, and it's my great pleasure to invite Mrs. Violeta Jelic for the opening remarks to our panel. So Mrs. Jelic is a vice president of the EESC Employers Group, and she's from Croatia, so dobrodošli, and floor is yours.
Hvala. Thank you. Dear Vice President, dear members, dear guests, it is a pleasure to be here today and to open a debate which is not only timely but also crucial ahead on the next EU elections, which will be difficult in the current geopolitical turmoil surrounding the EU. In the past elections, if the past elections are any indication for the future, there is a risk that disinformation will spread false narratives, misleading information, and fabricated stories with the intention of influencing voters' opinions. This information has been compared to an atomic bomb in our information ecosystem, a problem so insidious that it allows hate, anger, and conspiracy theories to spread faster than truth. In the words of the journalist and Nobel Prize winner Maria Ressa, it makes democracy a dream. From war in Ukraine to COVID-19 and now conflict in the Middle East, this information today is shaping major global events. Commonly used as an umbrella term to represent a wide range of tactics, techniques, and procedures, this atomic bomb spans from misinformation to propaganda, from hostile narrative to hybrid warfare. This information tears apart the fabric that holds all our society together. It destroys people's faith in traditional news sources, which have ethical standards and legal responsibilities to report the facts, often more complex and less vital than a simplistic, hostile narrative and manipulative public opinion. This information also undermines people's trust in governments and other public institutions. It is usually designed to appeal to our worst impulses, fears, and prejudice, all in an attempt to divide and conquer a society on the information battlefield. In the past election, there have been concerns about foreign actors engaging in disinformation campaigns to influence voters. These campaigns often involve the dissemination of divisive content, the amplification of extremist views, and the sowing of discord to undermine trust in democratic processes. Take the French elections in 2017, when disinformation campaigns targeting candidates, particularly Emmanuel Macron, spread false information and hacked documents were circulated on social media in an attempt to influence public opinion and to disrupt the election. Take a Brexit referendum in 2016, where allegations of targeted advertising and the spread of false claims contributed to the divisive atmosphere during the campaign. Same happened in the Catalonia independence referendum in 2017, which was also marked by concerns about disinformation. And in 2019, during the European elections, various European countries reported instances of misleading information with concerns about foreign interference and the spread of divisive narratives. Protecting citizens from these threats and giving them the tool to identify disinformation is our public duty. The EU has been actively working to address the issue of dissemination. In recent years, the EU put in place a voluntary code of practice which encouraged online platforms to take measures to combat disinformation. Rapid alert system and fact-checking and media literacy programs to help citizens identify and resist disinformation via critical thinking and digital literacy skills. One can just scroll through the EU website, EUVS Disinfo, which aims to debunk and counter false information and disinformation campaigns targeting the EU, to understand the huge work it requires, particularly at the time of elections. We at EESC are also very much committed to debunking. On June 12th, the EESC launched its first event on fighting disinformation, kick-starting an answer-raising campaign ahead of the European Parliament elections in 2024. The event, which gathered prominent figures from the civil society, media, and youth organizations, highlighted the need for a more bottom-up approach with a strong civil society network countering disinformation on the ground. What came out of that discussion is, first, this information should be fought by more information and not by censorship. Sanctions and measures could work for some time, but we should let information circulate freely and make it accessible to the public. Quality and authoritative journalism, instead of influencers, can also help defeat disinformation. This means we need to address the increasing violence and intimidation directed at journalists in EU member states, as is any political interference in the media. More support for public service and independent media and for investigative journalism, as well as for developing antitrust measures to combat media concentrations and monopolies of media ownership, must be at the core of our action. Second, a joint effort by civil society organizations, government and independent media is required to set up a firewall against information manipulation, which is gaining more and more ground and it is used as a weapon for foreign interference. Civil societies on their own can't defeat disinformation. What they can do is to organize and take action together by pushing big tech companies who own social media platforms for more accountability. At the same time, they should ask government to put in place more regulation and reinforce the legislative framework of these platforms. And third, young people should be the focus, as they need to have the skills and knowledge to process this high volume of information. Last year, EESC held its youth event on disinformation titled "The Truth About Lies," where a number of recommendations were issued, particularly the one that EU member states should initiate national and European-level public campaigns providing information about the dangers of disinformation, and the new easily fake news can polarize people and spread hate speech. Dear guests, dear colleagues, there can be no social and economic prosperity without democratic decision-making, which is rooted in informed, active, and committed Europeans who share the same broad framework of values and trust. It is absolutely crucial that the EU invest more money and more effort in political competence building, in developing the media literacy of all Europeans from all ethnicities, classes, and local communities. We do not have time anymore for polarizing and segmentation in knowledge and capacity to participate. This information is an atomic bomb, as Maria Ressa said, but we can invest, we need to do our utmost to invest in the non-proliferation of this nuclear weapon. I look forward to this panel discussion. Thank you. An apology for my dyslexia.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Jelic. And once again, welcome all, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first panel of this conference. And the title of this panel is Disinformation and How to Survive It in the 2024 World Cup of Elections. My name is Andrej Matišak. I am a journalist with Slovak Daily Pravda, and I write about foreign and European affairs for 2 decades. So I think I may know something about what's going on, especially when we are talking about elections and other stuff like disinformation, misinformation, and how the information flow works. But of course, we have great panelists here. They will be introduced a little bit later. But let me say also a few words. Atomic bomb was mentioned. And as my colleague from Croatia, she said there was a hashtag trending on Twitter. It's still there, Armageddon? Armageddon. So it's second. It's polished with... Yeah, okay, Armageddon is rising. Atomic bomb, Armageddon, so we are talking about very, very serious business, clearly. And when I hear World Cup, it's of course about football. There are other World Cups, basically, but I think that everybody just think about football when they say World Cup. But when I was writing about football as a societal and political phenomenon, I wrote about FIFA, which is the organizations that run football around the world. And one researcher told me that FIFA is basically the closest organizations to what you see in the James Bond movies, like the big organization doing all the shady stuff and corrupting people. And we are going to talk about dark arts of corrupting people's minds, basically, and how those dark arts are influencing how are people behaving and how they are voting. And here you can see small infographics which is connected to Slovak elections. We will be talking about it. And if you look at this little graphic, I call it alternative facts. Because yes, some politicians are using clear lies as facts here in my country, and I'm sure this is not only in my country, of course, but we are here in Bratislava, beautiful sunny day. But if you look at this, I have to say I am really concerned about the future of my country. If you look at the first numbers, you know, Slovak President Zuzana Čaputová primarily represents foreign interest. 60% of Slovaks believe that, which is total. I got the permission to use word bullshit, so I'm going to use it. But it is very, very, very often used by her political opponents. And also the second part, you know, people believe. And you will have a chance to talk to colleagues of murdered journalist Jan Kuciak. People believed, 57% of Slovaks believe that the court is the, I will still say, alleged perpetrator or organizer of the murder. It's somewhat influenced by the media. And the third part, almost 45% people think that there was a real risks of election manipulation. Election just took place in Slovakia in September. And again, this was also a narrative from some parties, which was clearly, again, total bullshit. And not even during the Mečiar's era in 90s. Elections in Slovakia might be not totally perfect, but it's very, 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 it's very, very close to perfect, I would say. So to set up this, and of course, we have to set up the scene basically. I was first asked Alice Stoltmeyer, the founder and executive director of Defend Democracy, a non-partisan transatlantic NGO defending democracy from foreign, domestic, and technological threats. My question to Alice is quite broad, but I would definitely like to hear your view. Why is disinformation such a big problem for democracy?
Thank you for the question. For a short answer, I will also quote Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Ressa. And she says, when you don't have facts, you can't have truth. When you don't have truth, you can't have trust. And when you don't have a shared reality, you cannot have democracy. So that's my short answer. For a longer answer, let me tell you how I came to found my NGO, Defend Democracy. And I know that there are several young people in the audience, so that's great. Well, as a young professional, I'm from the Netherlands originally, so don't ask me about the Dutch elections yesterday.
I will.
Oh, okay, well. But as a young professional, I arrived in Brussels in September 2012. I didn't have any experience, I hadn't done an internship at one of the European institutions, but I tried to establish myself as a freelance consultant on energy and climate policies, because that was my expertise. And I thought, okay, so how am I going to find clients and broaden my visibility? So my choice was to start using Twitter to create more visibility. And in Brussels, you have these many policy panels about all kinds of topics, but there were lots of panels on energy and climate policies. So when I attended those panels, I would, almost like a reporter, do some live tweets. I highlighted salient things that were said during the debates. And before I knew it, this was the early days of Twitter, so there was not really many people doing what I did. But within a few months, apparently, I was the most influential Twitterer on European energy and climate policies. But I didn't just tweet about energy and climate. I also tweeted about geopolitical topics, because I felt I could make stronger arguments for why we needed to increase our climate ambitions and our energy efficiency and our renewable energy production. For example, I said we need to get less dependent on Russian energy. And this was in 2013, 2014. Of course, 2014 was also the year that the illegal annexation of Crimea happened, and that flight MH17 was shot down. And being from the Netherlands, I lost almost 200 of my compatriots, which for a tiny country like the Netherlands is like a 9/11. So, and because I was an influencer and tweeting about those topics, apparently the Russian troll factory didn't really like that. So they started to attack me. And I had no idea initially what was happening, because, it's hard to believe these days, but back then, Twitter was a decent space. This didn't happen. So this was not normal. And I was like, what is this? So luckily, I was in touch with a Finnish journalist who later wrote a book, Jessica Aro. And so she told me about Russian propaganda, and I started to educate myself on Russian propaganda, on political warfare or active measures. There's many different terms. And I connected the dots because, you know, I was this digital influencer, and I was also interested in things like algorithms and micro-targeting, like the Cambridge Analytica scandal. And I connected the dots between the foreign interference and the features that our digital platforms have. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to be a huge problem for democracy. That was in 2016. So that was what led me to found Defend Democracy, because I looked and I didn't see our governments do what was needed, let alone that I saw a European coordinated response. So I founded Defend Democracy. Our mission is to defend and strengthen democracy against foreign, domestic, and technological threats. And I think it is important when we talk about disinformation that this is not just something that happens around elections. It happens all year long. And we need to look at the broader picture of these foreign, domestic, and technological elements. And because they are not separate from each other, but they go hand in hand, they are interconnected and they're reinforcing each other. And I'll leave it at here. That is. Thanks.
Thank you, Alice. We will get a bit deeper into all those topics, but my second panelist, Rastya Kuzel, and also my friend, if I can say. Yeah, I can. Thank you. So Rastya is Slovak, and he's an election expert, and he's all around the world. In fact, we have been just discussing we have to stop our panel on time because he's just packing again. And he just came from the US when he was delivering the 2024 election freedom lecture in freedom lecture in Washington about free and fair elections for them, and how it is important for democracy. And before him, people like Madeleine Albright or Adam Michning were also delivering this lecture. So I think a little bit applause for Rastya. It's good to have somebody like him on this panel, because he's dealing with elections for a long time, and he was there in 90s. I mentioned Vladimir Mečiar's era in 90s, and he started the organization Memo 98, which was really, I think in my view, it was one of the crucial elements why the civil society and how the civil society played a very important role to fighting Mečiarism and also to deliver, we can say, a victory. You know, history is somewhat coming back maybe, but at the time it was really very, very important. So, Rastya, from your perspective, and of course looking at our elections, but also the other elections we are talking about, I said World Cup of elections. So, what's important? Your experience will probably show there are quite a few things, and you also wrote some kind of guide for UNESCO about social media and AI things. So, what's important? How we can protect, I would say, the really important, extremely important process of electoral process in our countries, and also behind, and how the disinformation is influencing how people are voting.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for these very kind words, and also for raising the stakes very high now, of course. So basically, I think we have to understand what is the main goal of disinformation. Why is this phenomenon here, and what are these actors trying to do? Because we have heard a lot about, what are the definitions. But what is the main goal? Why they are spreading this? And of course, we have to say that, disinformation has been here for years. So it's what changed obviously now is the way how it is spread and how it is utilized, particularly thanks to these new technologies, as we described in this guide. But basically, I will try to answer. The main goal is really to create passive and cynical societies, and also to undermine the trust in institutions. So, for example, you showed this third chart about how many people actually believe that the elections could be manipulated. Well, let me give you a very, very small example. In 2022, the World's Value Survey done in Slovakia showed that 59% of people actually trusted the integrity of Slovak elections. Yeah. So what happened in the meantime? Fast forward to February this year, and the extremist party leader circulated a video on Facebook saying, we will create this coalition to defend the integrity of Slovak elections, because who knows how these people are tabulating the results. And I should say that in Slovakia, the parties really have excellent system of controlling each other. So at all three levels of election administration, the parties can nominate representatives. So it is very difficult. It would be almost impossible to manipulate the elections. But nevertheless, you saw what Andrej showed. I actually saw even results showing more than 50% actually thought that elections could be manipulated. So I think this tells you the whole story about the impact of social media, particularly Facebook, in this country, and how this is actually utilized by, and in our country, and Grisha already mentioned this, it is mainly politicians who really circulate this. So what to do? What we did? And it was mentioned already here how important it is to mobilize young people. So this is basically, we are monitoring organization, but we understood, and monitoring in many, many countries, that this is not enough. I think by now we can say that fact-checking, pre-banking, how many people actually really, go and check this information. And so I think we need to be more proactive. I think this is, we cannot be reactive, we need to be proactive. So pre-banking, so mobilizing. So first and second time voters in this country, a big campaign, Chcem tu zostať, I want to stay here, organized, more than 130 organizations were behind this, including NGOs, including businesses, including influencers, including actors. So it was a huge effort, and it resulted in an increase of turnout in this category of first and second time voters by 16%. Yeah. So at the end we had, we had 67%, we had 69% of voters came in this particular category, which is only 1% less than in Poland, where it was 70%. So this was one thing. Second thing, protecting electoral integrity. I think this is, and maybe we will discuss it for the plans for the upcoming elections, but I believe that people need to be reassured about the integrity of elections. I mean, they need to believe that your vote matters, that when you cast the vote, it will be included. And again, this is what the actors on the other side try to undermine. And one more example, and I will stop here. Well, if we believe that the main goal of disinformation is to create these passive societies and to kill activism, we should just look at Russia, where civil society is non-existent, where opposition is virtually non-existent inside the country, where free media are not operating any longer. And I think this is the end result. So we should always remember this when we are fighting disinformation, that they are trying to kill activism, they're trying to make cynical societies, they try to basically make sure that people do not care about the politics. And why is this? Because of the style that they govern because of they don't like someone to criticize them. So this is, I will stop here, and maybe then we can talk a little bit about the plans for the upcoming EP elections.
Thank you very much, Astro, and I think you're absolutely right. It's, I think it's this creation of a very passive society, and the creation of the society that can believe basically in anything. As I saw the charts, you mentioned Russia, and of course there were also some harder measure how to push Russian citizens into not doing anything, but part of it was also spreading misinformation, disinformation, and stuff like this. And I will come back to atomic bomb and Armageddon and apocalypse and all the big words, because all those words are somewhat connected to two other words: artificial intelligence or AI. And we all saw the Terminator movie and stuff like this. But this is science fiction. Who knows, maybe. But AI is real. And we have a Nick Robbins-Early. He's a New York-based investigative journalist whose coverage focuses on politics, technology, and disinformation, and writing for big outlets like The Guardian, Huffington Post, Vice News, Business Insider, and so on. And he was also, when I asked for a little bit of upload, Nick was part of the team who received the 2023 European Press Prize. So also a small applause. There was an investigation, international investigation, that exposed the global extremist network. So this is also, I think, very important. Don't forget, those guys are not just some people sitting in basements and having miserable lives, but this is a real network. But Nick, when I mention AI, so some people are saying that it might really change the game, probably for worse, because AI can create maybe a new reality. So could you tell us how you expect to play it out in elections, that using of AI, and maybe if you have also some good news for us, because I think that usually people are connecting the AI with something which will really, the deep fake was mentioned, and all the stuff we have been maybe just dreaming about 20 years ago, 10 years ago. So any good news when we are talking about AI, disinformation, and elections, or just apocalypse?
I wouldn't say there's a ton of good news, but I'll try and think. It is, unfortunately, mostly bad news. But I think when we're talking about what AI looks like when we're looking ahead to elections in 2024, it's maybe helpful to kind of have a little look back at what's been a very big year in AI. Much like disinformation, AI has been around in many forms for, some would argue decades. And I think what's been a big change in the last year is that there has been a large increase in publicly available generative AI. Services like ChatGPT, Midjourney, and others have allowed the ability to generate written text, images, audio, videos, deepfake, much, much easier than it ever has been before. This has generally lowered the bar for the creation of manipulated and falsified content. And so when you have a lower bar for entry for falsified and manipulated content, what you have is an ability for any actor who has a basic digital literacy skill to create disinformation. And importantly, to create disinformation at scale. I think that something that has been a difference with the advent of generative AI is that you used to need a lot of resources to create videos, to create falsified audio. the average teenager can go online and do it in 10 seconds. And a lot of the time, that's for kind of like fun, joking purposes where you have, heads of state arguing each other with, fake videos of them playing video games. Like there's all sorts of kind of relatively harmless uses of this. But obviously the potential for threats to democracy and threats to disinformation is incredibly high. And this is all happening at the same time that you have a lot of social media platforms really rolling back content moderation abilities and teams, and you have this, information atmosphere ecosystem where you have social media platforms that are able to reach mass amounts of people at scale, viral articles, viral fake, content that can reach millions of people overnight, within minutes. And what you have now is the ability to generate almost endless content that can then go onto these platforms with very little controls on a lot of these platforms to stop this spread. And when we're looking ahead at elections next year, we can already look at how this is playing out in some elections so far. And this is happening in countries around the world. We've seen it most recently in the Argentinian election, where both candidates were creating AI-generated images and videos of each other. We've seen it in conflicts. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is rife with disinformation that is often related to sometimes AI-generated misleading media, but also just AI-related disinformation. And in general, what we're seeing is that there is a bit of a gap between the public ability to understand that certain content can be AI-generated, because this is a very new technology, and the ability to disseminate this content. And there is very little ability to flag this content in an effective way on many social media platforms. And so you've created this ecosystem that is potentially very dangerous as we're entering in all of these major elections next year. And so in addition to just the ability to disseminate this information, you also have the ability for foreign actors who may not have language skills that are able to generate content in a target country, now able through generative AI to very actively mimic and convincingly mimic native language fluency. And so if you look back to, for instance, Russian disinformation lead up to the 2016 election, you look at some of the posts that they were spreading on Meta and Facebook and Twitter, you could kind of tell if you were in the US that there was like something a little bit off about the phrasing of a lot of them. They just weren't quite right. Now there is very little gap between what you can convincingly generate and your ability to speak the language. And there was a recent study from the University of Zurich that found that AI-generated disinformation is actively slightly more convincing to the average consumer of this information than human-generated content. Also, crucially, AI-generated content can mimic audio. There is something of a bit of an uncanny valley in deepfakes and in different images where if you look closely, somebody's hands might have 7 fingers. But with audio, you can get a lot closer to what is a convincing sound of somebody. And this leads to all sorts of issues that could present themselves, like robocalls, telemarketing calls, automated calling systems, where you might be sitting at home and receive a phone call that says that actually your polling station has moved, and it sounds like a local official, or it sounds like a leader of a party, and that could be AI generated. These things are able to be detected. You can fact check these, but can you fact check them at scale? Can you fact check them fast enough? Can you fact check them and get that information to enough people? And so these are all huge concerns coming into the elections of next year. They're a huge concern right now. And then I think the other kind of secondary effect, and I will wrap it up after that, but the other secondary effect of this is that there is an effect that researchers and experts often call the liar's dividend, which is that the spread and creation of AI-generated disinformation and content can make it so that the average citizen is wary that anything could be AI-generated, and so it decreases trust and it decreases, the quality of the information ecosystem, and it also allows politicians or people in power, when there is potentially a incriminating photo, especially audio, potentially even video, to say that's not me, that was AI generated. And it's along the line where somebody may be able to fact check that and may be able to find out, but will people believe it, or will they choose to believe what the politician who they are supporting is telling them? And so that sort of plausible deniability creates another whole realm of disinformation where making people accountable is getting harder and harder. I think that is about it for me, but hopefully that. I did forget that there is no good news, so I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. That's unfortunately this is something what I expected. I was a little bit hopeful, but thank you, Nick, for giving me no hope. In fact, but maybe there is a little bit of hope. Giovanni Zani, a journalist based in Milan, Italy, of course, and director of the fact-checking projects Pagella Politica and Facta News, and he also serves as a chair of the task force on the 2024 European elections at the European Digital Media Observatory. So, fact-checking is, of course, something very important, but as it was mentioned also by Rastio, maybe it has some limits, and of course now we have AI, and at the end, also the problem maybe is that even if people know that something is not real or it's a lie, it's very clear they're willing to believe it. So, could you please tell us what role your task force will be playing in the forthcoming European elections campaign?
Thank you. Thank you a lot for the introduction and possibility to be here and present a little bit what we are doing in EDMO and with the EDMO task force on the EU elections. I should have a lovely presentation about both EDMO and the task force. Cannot see it in the screen, but can contemplate my wonderful website. So I'll start to talk without the presentation. The European Digital Media Observatory, I don't know how many of you in the room are familiar with that, is a multi-stakeholder effort that is funded by the European Commission, so it is a European project, but it brings together a lot of different stakeholders. So we have academics.
Giovanni, sorry,
yes.
Can we just put the presentation on the screen? Yes, perfect. Just to let you know that.
Okay. Yeah, we can show it whenever.
Yeah,
whenever we're ready.
Just continue and yeah.
Okay.
And one moment it will appear. I hope
So the European Digital Media Observatory, or EDMO for France, is led by the European University Institute in Florence, and it has a few other stakeholders that lead the efforts in research, that is the University of Amsterdam, in media literacy, that is the MLA Association based in Brussels, Belgium, and in fact-checking with Pagella Politica and Facta, which are the fact-checking outlets that I'm the director of. So among its many activities, and I strongly encourage you to take a look at our website, at the beginning of this year, we set up a task force that is also a multi-stakeholder approach, so it's not made only of fact-checkers, but also of other representatives from media outlets. Sorry? Exactly, like you, and people in this room. Fact-checkers, representatives from media outlets, academics, and the idea there is to give a strong representation to the hubs that are connected to the European Digital Media Observatory, because aside from the central structure led by the European University Institutes, there are currently 14 national and regional hubs that cover basically all of the European Union. Depends from the hubs. They could be focused on just one country. So, for example, the French hub is made out of organizations like Sciences Po, AFP, that are based in France and only in France. But other hubs, for example, in Spain and Portugal, they have a common hub for the whole Iberian Peninsula. What we are doing with the task force, more specifically, we are conducting a couple of different efforts. The first one is that we went through all the fact-checking articles that were published during 2023 in all the European countries where an election took place in 2023. Actually, sorry, we started the exercise. We ended the exercise before the Dutch elections, though the Netherlands are not covered. But aside from that, there are currently, if I'm not mistaken, 9 different elections in 7 different EU countries, plus Turkey and Montenegro that we decided to include due to their, of course, geographical proximity to Europe, to the European Union. Those, we did not cover 100% of the elections that took place in Europe, because actually really a lot of elections take place in Europe every year, because we didn't have, for example, enough data for Luxembourg and a couple of other elections that took place in countries, in European countries, but still gives a very good idea, overview of what was going on in the various national elections in the field of disinformation. Overall, we analyzed 900 fact-checking articles by dozens of fact-checking organizations, and the main trends that we found out are, to begin with, that in all countries there was a strong disinformation narrative around the electoral process itself. So in all the countries that we examined, there were false stories and disinformation narratives going on about the electoral process. This is really relevant because, in my opinion, this is something that is partially new. So we didn't conduct this exercise for the previous 2019 election because there was no task force then. But it is my impression that with a strong influence from the US, this idea that elections are fraudulent in various EU countries is starting to take foot also in Europe. This is really fascinating, and I think that European institutions and media practitioners should keep in mind that this is something that will happen also for the European elections. So this is a nice piece of pre-banking that we can do based on the fact-checking work that has been done in the past few months. I also have really specific examples that are in my slides, so no slides, no examples. So I will just ask.
It seems that slides were, I don't know, stolen by the Russians or whatever. Because,
okay.
So
okay.
sorry about this, but if you have an example, please share.
No problem. So with this, the overarching narratives in the whole of the European Union around the elections are about the usual things that you can imagine. So the idea that the vote was fraudulent, there were tampering with ballots, immigrants were given votes, or people that shouldn't vote were allowed to vote. So the idea that both the electorate was enlarged or restricted also according to some scheme to rig the elections, or some people that shouldn't vote have started to have something to do with the elections. And after the elections, these disinformation narratives usually say that there have been problems with how the votes were counted, and numbers didn't add up. In some areas, there were more voters, more vote casted that people that were on the list of voters, etc. So the plus, but these disinformation narratives about the elections were not the only one at the European level. There were also a few really interesting nation-specific cases. So, for example, in some countries there were disinformation narratives that had a lot to do with religion. That was really particularly strong in Turkey, for example, where there were a lot of disinformation narratives about the fact that some candidates were actually not real Muslims or did something against the Islamic religion, and that is one type of disinformation. But also it was detected in Greece, so in Europe, saying that there were false stories going on about political parties going against religion. Then another specific disinformation narrative, for example, was that in Estonia, if I'm not mistaken, there was this idea that the ballot was together with the ballot for voting in a referendum that was also held in the same days, with this idea that people that wanted to vote for the national elections were forced to vote for the referendum too. Or in Spain, a story going on about the fact that a problem with trains was actually masterminded by the Socialist Party in order to not have the people to reach their hometowns to vote. Finally, there were also various cases of AI-generated disinformation narratives, and one of the most important and relevant happened actually here in Slovakia, where 2 days before the vote, a fake audio circulated of approximately 9 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, where a journalist was talking with the president of the PS, of a political party, talking about the fact that there were very specific plans to rig the elections. So this went on 2 days before the day of the election, so at the exact moment when it could have the maximum spread and the least possibility to intervene in order to effectively debunk and fact check it. And this happened right here, and it was an audio that was 99.9% AI generated. It was everybody involved, of course, said it wasn't true. It was removed from platforms, and this is probably one of the most prominent and effective cases where AI was used. We used already this year in the elections in order to spread disinformation narratives. So the report is actually being finalized. I had, of course, some slides about it. It is not still in a cool graphic designer way. It wasn't prepared yet, but should be available in a couple of weeks top on the EDMO website. So I think I'll leave it there. And
thank you very much. And of course, I think that it will be very, very interesting to read your report. And I think that if somebody is interested in your presentation, I think you can approach you here after the panel. Just maybe you can share. So once again, apologies for the technical problems. But I want to add something to what you just said at the end of your intervention about Slovakia. Yes. This fake, deep fake video, audio, it was really something because it was the spread. You know, it was just 2 days before elections during the moratorium on electoral campaign. So it was also very hard from the politicians who were affected by this to somewhat really react to this because there was some hesitation that what to do about it. Plus, of course, they know it's fake. There was some reactions, but there was nothing super big, at least not from my perspective. That because politicians were also afraid that, of course, we are going to talk about this, but it might break the rules. So I think the timing was, very, very clear, and whoever did it. And we have some clues, but whoever did it, he knew what he is doing. And of course, also the persons who were part of it, one of the most prominent investigative journalists here, who is all the time the target of unfortunately, of course, also the politicians who are now running this country, and the leader of one of the now opposition parties, which was almost leading in the poll. So yeah, I think it was very clear what whoever did it, what he or she wanted to achieve. We will have also a room for some questions for our panelists very soon. So please think about your questions. Also, you make my life easier because I don't need to ask all the questions. And secondly, we are talking about elections and democracy. So, and it would be great to add also you into the conversation because this is what democracy is about. But let me, if I may, quickly answer. Let me quickly ask you two questions. And if you have, I would like to hear from you if you have any let's say examples. Because my question is, and we can start maybe with you, Giovanni, because you have been talking about what your report will be about. In your country, the election just took place a year ago, approximately. So, an example of something, some kind of disinformation or misinformation or outright lie that you think really had an effect on the election results or could maybe had an effect on election results? And this is basically also my question for the others. I will just rephrase it a little bit for the Nick, because in the US there will be elections in 1 year. And of course we are all waiting for it because this is going to be big. This is when we said World Cup, I think this is going to be basically the final of the World Cup of elections. So when you think about it, anything you at this moment you would say we perhaps should expect some spread of something, maybe even generated by AI or maybe those malign actor will ask AI create something which will work. Do you think it might work like this? And at least also for you, just like Dutch elections. Sorry, I have to ask you about this. Again, anything when you have been following, electoral campaign, any disinformation do you think that piece of thing maybe had an effect? And the same for you, Rastio. Any effect, something concrete? So, Giovanni.
So I think that if you look at this, there's kind of a common misperception about disinformation and fact-checking, I feel. And one is that we tend to put together, let's say, viral hoaxes and political disinformation and political fact-checking. And those are actually two very different things. And they really rarely overlap. So it is pretty rare. It happens. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Even in the Slovak example, it happened that this fake AI-generated video was spread by Slovak politicians, right? So it happens in a few instances that some pieces of disinformation are spread by politicians, but usually what political fact-checking does and the kind of things that we think about when we think about political disinformation tend not to be completely fabricated pieces of content, and that the kind of content that we deal with when we deal with viral hoaxes and stuff that is widespread online. So with this premise, I would say that 1 year ago, during the Italian elections, there weren't obvious examples of completely made up and fabricated pieces of information like the one that was present here for the Slovak elections. So I cannot point to one specific content, but this said, there was still a lot to do for political fact checkers, because a lot of political statements were misleading or plainly wrong or missed crucial context, etc., etc. So I would say that the whole debate had to do mostly around with the economic measures that were presented by the various candidates. And the single thing that made the most impact was this idea that most of the measures that were proposed by some of the main political parties were basically costless. So the one political side was able to convince people that they could cut taxes, like give huge fiscal benefits without cost for the state. So this is not the same thing that a 9-minute audio where people talk about ringing the elections, but it is still something that needs to be fact-checked, that still needs to be put in context, and that had really a huge influence on the voters. So we'll stick to that kind of fiscal, complex economic example, but it is because in the Italian context, we didn't see the same kind of like viral hoaxes going in out and directly influencing the elections that we saw in other countries.
Thank you.
Well, in the Dutch elections, both the previous ones in 2021 and the ones that took place yesterday, I can actually confirm what both Giovanni and Rastio already said, because what we've seen in both elections was that people were, or let's say in particular one political party was trying to sow doubt about the voting process, while in the Netherlands we actually have very, very decent and procedures and very, very high trust in how the elections are run.
So something similar like here. Yeah.
Yeah, and yes, so a far-right party in the 2021 elections was trying to really kind of copy the Trump playbook by sowing doubt weeks or even months in advance, and then had a big go of just a few days before, and yes, and this year it was even worse, because some of the people that were let's say in groups with conspiracy theories about the corona response, they now teamed up to form some sort of election or polling watchdog, whatever, which is honestly not needed in the Netherlands, because the process is just very transparent, very trustworthy, but the very people that have these high distrust organize this some sort of watchdog, which I think does more to sow doubt than actually increase trust.
Yeah, on the surface, it might be seen as a citizenship initiative, which might be welcome. But on the other hand, we also have to look at the motives behind this.
Exactly, it's a narrative, it's a story, and I think the story behind it is more important than the checking.
Nick, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, in the US, it's a little hard to pick just one source of conspiracies or disinformation, because it's become so rampant. But I would...
I think there is one, the guy who is running. But
well, I would say that one related to that is just election denialism, is that the lack of faith in there being free, accurate elections as a result of what is now years and years of attempts at undermining trust in voting, which comes from all sorts of different places. It comes from politicians, it comes from far-right groups, it comes from right-wing media like Fox News that has been really reiterating over and over again this idea that you can't trust the polls, you can't trust votes, that, people are going to steal the election from you. And, we saw that culminate in a certain way in, of the violent attempt to undermine democracy on January 6th. And we are going to see it again in this upcoming election. This is beyond, I think, just a single sort of wave or piece of disinformation at this point. This has become a sort of ideology that is entrenched within the Republican Party. There are a lot of politicians among the Republican Party who still actively, deny or will not accept that Biden rightfully won the presidency. And so I think looking ahead at next year, all of those are really going to accelerate. And as you say, it fits into something that Giovanni was saying, which is that these are not necessarily going to revolve around pieces of wholly fabricated media. It's not like that there might not be, a deep fake video of somebody stuffing ballot boxes, but it's a level of disinformation that is incredibly pernicious, because you can take something that exists in extremely, minor, largely inconsequential circumstances in the U.S. in which occasionally there is some voting, inaccuracy in a minor kind of like ballot contest, and take, as all, successful conspiracies do, some kernel of truth and blow it up into something that is misrepresentative of the actual level of threat. And I think next year we're going to see a lot of that, and I think that has already really begun to ramp back up in terms of sowing the seeds of doubt in the accuracy and veracity of election results.
Okay, we still, is there any questions from the audience? I hope there is, please. Do we have a mic? Yes. Yes? Oh, I'm sorry. I just quickly ask you, please. I'm sorry. Yeah. And then, yeah.
Yeah, just very, very briefly, I wanted to basically comment also like why they are using this type of disinformation narratives, I mean the bad actors. And it is actually also to mobilize, it's mobilized based on fear. This is very effective mobilization, and that's one of the reasons why they are spreading these disinformation narratives about elections being potentially manipulated, because obviously this way you actually make sure that their supporters would actually come and vote. I mean, this was very much used, in Slovakia, but this is why Trump, in 2016 elections, when he started talking about postal vote, there was a reason, because it was clear that this was pandemics and that more people would have to use this institute of postal voting, which again has been in the US for many, many years. One comment about your question about specific example and potential impact. Actually, I don't think there was any election in history as the US elections 2016, which actually had so many reports, so much research, about this Russian disinformation. There were 13 people were prosecuted, but at the end, do we know to what extent this impacted the elections? Did it actually change the vote? I think this is something similar to trying to measure the impact of a campaign. I mean, if you're running a bad campaign, it will impact your outcome, but you can never be specific about one example of disinformation. So I think it is the collective effort of disinformation which is basically impacting. And maybe one point about this deepfake, because as it was said, it was circulated during the moratorium, very similar to previous French presidential election when Macron won, and also the aim was the same. Yeah, so we see that these bad actors are using very similar tactics, and I think our response should be to align the existing legislation. In 21st century, it doesn't make any sense to have moratorium on information, because you can circulate any information online, social media. So as it was pointed out, thanks God, and I want to just make it very clear, Slovak institutions really acted very promptly. This was identified, the police issued a statement on this Facebook page very quickly. It was fact-checked by a Facebook fact-checker who wrote a great story on this. So it was escalated to Meta. Meta slowed down, the distribution of this deepfake by quite substantial percentage. You can ask why they didn't take it down immediately. That's a good question to ask. But there was a good reaction. But anyways, why do we have this moratorium? Why, if we already see such examples, let's look at the US. Freedom of expression, Article 4 of the US Constitution, prevents any such blackout periods. And this is really something that was invented during TV era, to allow people to consume, to have this silence period. So one easy thing that we could do is really to change legislation. The more difficult thing is to really make sure that society will be resilient to these last-minute or long-term, rather, efforts to undermine, the democracy and undermine it through such disinfo narratives.
It must be said that the officials were reacting to this. I'm not 100% sure if that would be happening with the different government, like for example we have now, that would be also this kind of a strong reaction. But yeah, this is a very political issue, and I don't want to bother you with all the nitty-gritty things of Slovak politics, but we have some questions. Please go ahead, and please indicate if you have if you want to answer from the specific panelists.
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting discussion. Dumitru Forneam from the European Economic and Social Committee. I'm coming from Romania, and I'm getting all the time in interaction in the trade unionism environment with many information. But a question, it's very important. The narrative was said, because in Europe we said that pro-European, it's like an ideology, it should be pro-European. Europe, it's a geographical region. Europe, it's a political structure, but it's not necessarily an ideology to be defended. So if you are not pro-European, you are a danger. And the people don't feel satisfied with this. Let's give you an example, concrete, now discussed in many countries. Do we have to have a classified contract for vaccine of 19 billion euro in European Parliament? First question. It's fact checkers have to check this and have to give an answer to the citizens. It's the first discussion that will be in the next elections. We have to classify a medical contract to keep it away from the citizens. This is normal, wherever the situation it is. So we have these actions which are coming from the European Union level, which has to be explained to the citizens. And the citizens, if they put a question, it's not necessarily they are conspirationalists or they have something against Europe, but they have a lot of questions. We have the question about Schengen. We have the questions about imposition which are coming on national resilience plan. So the people are not against Europe, but they want to have questions from this, and these questions will be given by the politicians. So that is the problem, not the Russians. Not only the Russians, they have a narrative against Europe. We know that in the publicity in media and everywhere, the private interest in company, they mislead the people in their products. They say it's very good, their product is the extraordinary, but we know that their products are not good. So who is the enemy here? So that is the issue of responsibility. If we have principle of democracy, transparency, pluripartitism, this doesn't mean that we should make a reduce and to defend. So what to defend? The idea of Europe which doesn't communicate with the citizens, the idea of Europe which doesn't have problems, it's a perfect construction? No. Europe has arrived in this point, I imagine, I am Romanian, I don't know, but in communism we had this single narrative. The party is doing everything, and if you speak against Romania and the party, you are a traitor, you don't deserve to live. No, we have to encourage the people to interact, to check, agree, to check, but when you have things like this, classification of public information, you don't give all the information to the people, you misuse the funds which are allocated for various causes. This is the problem of the people. Thank you very much.
And do you want to also ask something, or can I?
No,
maybe,
how we change this
maybe,
narrative, how we feed in this.
This is something I
Let's
wanted to maybe take out of this. So, do you think that sometimes we simply try too hard, and maybe also we are labeling people that so that pro-European and they are just asking questions, or anti-European and they are just asking questions? Are we trying sometimes too hard? Should we maybe let the discussion flow?
Well, maybe I can say something. You know, I'm a civil society activist. Obviously, it is only natural and even our civic duty to ask questions and to hold our governments and representatives to account and to ask legitimate critical questions, but in a constructive way, because our goal is to contribute to democracy and to contribute to the European project. That is something else than and they don't necessarily need to be foreign state actors. I mean, some domestic actors do the same. So legitimate criticism or questions are something else than let's use the Russia Today motto as in question more, which are not questions that are meant to help our democracies, but are meant to sow division and doubt. So those are two very different things, and that doesn't mean that there's the being positive about the EU is our that's the only narrative that we are allowed to have. No, we can ask critical questions, but to help democracy, not to undermine it.
Master?
Completely agree, and this sort of leads me to the way how this is sometimes abused by some actors who are basically proclaiming freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and then are basically promoting one version. And I wouldn't even call these alternative facts, as you put it on this, because for me there are no alternative facts. I mean, facts.
It was in brackets.
I know, but facts are there. I mean, we can have different interpretation of facts, but facts are there and they will be there, and this is beyond any deniability. I mean, so for me, coming up, and this is unfortunately what is also like the aim of disinformation, to spread confusion by having 7-8 different interpretations of one single event, as it was this case of MH17. So that's, I think, something that we have to remember. But I completely agree with you that this is not to say that there is one sort of fixed narrative coming from. I mean, no, life is colorful. We can have different opinions. Let's discuss them. But as Ali said, let's discuss them under certain rules which do not deny that facts exist. There is one truth. I mean, there is no 7 or 8 different interpretations of truth. I mean, it is one. It exists, and I simply don't buy this sort of discussion about these alternative facts or media or what have you.
I think it's very important, the discussions, also having the discussions before the elections, because I think it can also somewhat brings people to vote when politicians are genuinely discussing Europe, EU, or whatever, however we. Yeah, sometimes in Western Europe they usually say pro-European. In our region we say pro-EU, let's say, but this is just the semantics. But I think that having a robust discussions about how we want to see the EU working for all of us, for the citizen, and it was mentioned in many speeches, basically for the whole of the society. I think this is something which should be bread and butter of politicians. But of course, I also expect from politicians to understand the processes within the Europe, not just saying some lines and lashing and bashing EU, or just being absolutely totally happy about the EU. I think it's very important having a genuine discussion about what kind of Europe we want to have, and I think it might help at least a bit also. Might also increase the participations of the voters, I would say. So, another question? Yeah, please. Thank you.
My name is Sabine Radl. I'm from the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber. Thanks a lot for your interesting inputs, which are also really worrying. So I think we need to look forward. What lessons do we draw from this, and what should policymakers do? Because just to say, okay, it's really threatening, and okay, bye-bye democracy, that wouldn't be the thing we should take with us. So what should policymakers do first? Would be my first question. And secondly, I don't know whether you have followed Austrian politics. Our political system has been shaken up a bit, or governments, because of videos secretly recorded and audio files just these days. So one might think, okay, let's limit what we publish. And so the limits between what has been said before, freedom of expression and legitimate transparency. So where are the limits? And thirdly, fact-checking is certainly a good thing. But sometimes people say, okay, some say this, some say that. Should the good guys, because you have been talking about the bad guys who use generative AI, should the good guys not only rely on facts, but also use generative AI? It's a bit provocative, perhaps, but I would like to hear your opinion. Thank you.
So back to my favorite topic of apocalypse. So what can be done, and to save us from apocalypse?
Yes, thank you very much. Excellent question. I will take maybe the first and the last. Because I wanted to already comment when it sounded very gloomy that AI is here to, I don't know, the end of democracy and everything. And I would say that as any technology in the history, I mean, it can be used for good, but for bad, but also for good purposes. I mean, it's true that we organized an event a few months ago which was called Election in the Time of Crisis. It was the Council of Europe which organized this, and there were 2 panels on AI. One was supposed to talk about negatives and one about positives, and we couldn't find anyone for the positives. So, you know, it's not something that you know, it's easy. But I personally believe that we will get used to it. Like we did get used to when Gutenberg invented the pressing machine, you know, when we had the radio, television, this all impacted on information ecosystems. And I do believe that we will, you know, get over this. And how to do it? Well, let me just give a very brief example. I mean, Andrei mentioned that I'm actually catching a plane soon. I did a research of 31 countries of their use of digital technologies in elections. And I think my answer is, like, for the policymakers, we need to do research. We need to understand the issues. And then implement this in the policies. So the research was, I mean, the result of the research is that basically countries around Europe are not rushing to start internet voting. I mean, Estonia is an outlier, but at the same time, they are using digital technologies and AI in elections, you know, for for tabulation of the votes, you know, electronic counting, voting machines are being introduced in countries like Georgia, you know, or Bulgaria. And even if it's not working always the best, but I think this is, as you said, I mean, the train has left the train station. So we will not be able to hide in front of this, you know, the progress. But again, we need to put the legislation in line. We need to build this resilience in societies. It will take time, but I'm convinced, I'm optimistic that we will manage.
Nick, for good?
I mean, I agree with that. I think that, it's important when we are talking about AI not to have a sort of technological determinist perspective where there is, nothing that we can do now that, the horse is out of the stable. But I think that in general, we should be, clear-eyed about what a technology can and can't do and the ways in which it can be used. And, I spoke about threats a lot, and I did joke that there was no good news. But I mean, I think that there are positive applications of this technology that could be used in fact-checking. It could be used in spotting other generative AI that is intended to mislead. I think that because, this is a new technology that should have regulation, it should have, a close look at the ways in which it is being used to the detriment of society. It doesn't mean that it can't also potentially have a use to the betterment. And I think that when we're talking about what policymakers should do and when we're talking about how we address these threats rather than just kind of throwing them out there and saying, oops, but we should kind of look at what kind of regulation to rein in potentially dangerous uses of this there are. We should look at, there's obviously been debate extensively in the EU over how to regulate AI with big news this week over Italy and Spain and Germany potentially seeking to weaken the regulation of foundational AI models. And I think that these are all really important conversations to have, rather than just say, we need to shut this down, because I don't think that that's a possibility.
Okay, so maybe I think very few people here know, but I happen to study philosophy of technology, so these are kind of conversations or discussions that I'm very used to. I think in general we tend to overlook. So there's a lot of talk about, technologies can be used in good and bad ways, or we have like in security and defense. There's a lot of talk about dual use of technologies. What is really important is that technologies are not just used; they are also designed, and we need to look more upstream in the design process to find an answer and to defend our democracies against where what regulation after the fact, when the genie is already out of the bottle, is very, very hard to do. So we need to look at, this is called co-design. It means that you involve multiple stakeholders, so not just the coders, not just the engineers, not just the techies, but that you involve, for example, digital rights experts and psychologists and all the other relevant experts already in the design process, so that you can kind of build in our values, like privacy, like security, by design. And that helps, I think, to deal in general with all the new and upcoming technologies that are coming our way. So we need to do both. We need to regulate even much more stricter than we are doing now. For example, yes, the Digital Services Act is a good step, or is making many good steps. But for example, if we really want to tackle our broken information space, it is crucial that we ban addictive algorithms. And this is not impacting our freedom of speech. On the contrary, if we don't do it, our freedom of speech is in danger. So we have still a lot of work to do.
Giovanni, maybe?
So on this, my stance is kind of, I think, contrarian, because I think that advertising and political advertising must be heavily regulated. Like, you need to know 100% if the advertising that you're seeing was made with the help of AI, for example. And that is true of political advertising, and that is probably true of all of advertising overall. But aside from that, I would say that institutions and legislators should stay as possible out of it as they can in regulating what is outside it, because one, today, and probably always in the history of humanity, institutions are not neutral and are not perceived as neutral. So if the institutions take a strong stance against a technology, way of spreading information, a specific thing, you immediately antagonize a large part of the population that do not think that either if you're right, it's not important if they're right or wrong, but you're going to antagonize a large part of the population that think that the institutions work against them, one. And two, it is on the issue of disinformation specifically, it is practically impossible to think that you can give the legislators any say in what is true or what is not. How can you, let's say that there is a provision in a law somewhere, a provision that says if a platform spreads a lot of disinformation, that it needs to be fined or whatever. How can you tell? How can you tell really? One, what is disinformation? Two, objectively, and two, which are the platforms where it is most spreaded? It is simply possible today. The vaguest proxy that you have is that you can take fact-checking articles, what fact-checkers have done, and take that as a proxy of what is disinformation. But we have zero access to the data of the technological platforms. And it is also, I think, pretty unreasonable to think that we should have access to the source code of the social networks or the search engines. And those should be public, because otherwise they shouldn't be public, and they cannot function as a company. So either we go for the wildest dream of controlling the technology behind Google or Facebook or whatever, and I don't think that's even remotely feasible unless we ban them and we reconstruct them publicly from zero. And by the way, the European Union threw a lot of money to this idea of building a European search engine that, as long as I know, never functioned. But if we abandon that in my opinion is not feasible in the medium, long term, and even for sure shorter term, then you have to say that there is no way of regulating that with a minimum of effect in the general sphere of the technology of information, how information is shared, because information itself is never neutral. And the risk of impinging on the freedom of speech and expression of the people and doing actual censorship is simply too high to mingle with that. So my position is that aside from the political advertising, which still today is heavily regulated and should, and one big problem is that it's not very well regulated on social media platforms. That should be done, of course, 100%. But aside from that, I would say legislators stay out of it.
Okay, two quick reactions from, and then one more question from the audience. Alice?
Yes, some quick reactions. Yes, we should stay away from, institutions and governments to say what is true and false, but that's not what I'm talking about. There's regulation which can be done without being about content. It's about how platforms are designed and how they work. So that's one thing. Another thing is, simply because some measures that we take may not be to the liking of the population, that shouldn't mean that we shouldn't take them. I mean, people can maybe be against climate measures, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't address climate change. And the third thing, I forgot what I wanted to say, but thank Thank you.
Very quickly, I also agree with Alice. I think, in my view, we are beyond that stage where we can fully leave it up to the platforms. I mean, they have failed constantly. There is no systematic approach while dealing with these issues, like looking at they are stripping one politician off that you may agree with, but it's really up to them, to decide. So, yes, I mean, I agree with Giovanni that political advertising is the easiest because it is really something that you can really regulate. But I would not stop there, and I completely agree with you with the transparency of algorithms. I think micro-targeting and all these things are interrelated to that. So all these efforts by the EU with GDPR, with DSA, I think, in my view, are going in the right direction. Of course, on the other side of the ocean, they would probably say that Europeans do not understand how these companies work. But those companies, are they still private? I would answer no. I mean, they are already public companies, so we need to come up. I agree with John, it's not going to be easy. I know that there are big risks in terms of, not overdoing this. I mean, as we saw with the law in Germany, in France, trying to regulate. So I'm with you on that, but I don't think that we are at the stage where we can just leave it for the market or for these companies to figure out themselves.
Just because now I remember the third thing. So just very quickly, we don't allow cars on the markets without seatbelts. We don't allow medication on the market without certain basic safety standards. Why would we make an exception for digital platforms?
Yeah. Okay, so thank you. There was a question over there, and then one for Grisha.
Oui, merci. Je vais parler en français.
Okay, do we have
headphones? I speak in French, yes. OK. Donc, Thierry Libar, je suis un des conseillers au Comité économique social européen de France. Vous avez demandé des bonnes nouvelles. Le 6 novembre, il y a eu un accord politique.
On the 6th of November, there was an agreement of the European Council of Europe concerning the transparency of political advertising. Since then, everybody can know the amount of financing and the amount and source of financing for political campaigns. That is a nice measure, but it can be complicated to find out because it is quite difficult to follow throughout the whole political career. This is just a provision that should be voted on in January next year. And the other side of the coin is that the timing is not the same for disinformation. Misinformation, I would like to compare it to virus in IT or any virus that mutates a lot. It changes over time. And the issue of European institution is that it takes time to respond. The agreement that will be voted on next year will not be implemented in 2 years' time, so it will be after the next parliament election, so 2029 election. How can we decide now on the disinformation regulation if the disinformation is constantly changing and evolving? We cannot hear the speaker.
OK, merci. Et deuxième information.
We were not inactive in December 2021. We voted on a decree on disinformation in general in Europe. And this decision was interesting because it was voted on unanimously by all the members, which showed that this is the number one topic currently presented. And that is not the approach when we want to set out the fires, but want to approach approach it at the source, at the root of the issue. And that concerns disinformation that will come around in Europe. And we cannot stop at huge online platforms, because usually the issue starts even before that. We have to focus on also less known platforms and private networks and private voicemails, which usually come up with the wildest misinformation. So it's not just about a discussion with the higher stakeholders. We are taking the Anglo-Saxon approach, especially for the countries that are neighbors to Russia are quite affected by disinformation, and we also have to focus on global advertising and huge European companies financing involuntarily misinformation. Because advertisement is currently being done mostly through digital platforms, spreading from one computer to another without human interaction. Where in places where there is huge activity, we see huge consequences, which can be oftentimes misused in relationship to huge businesses in Europe. For example, the strengthening of the transport codex. And I would like to end my speech with a short warning or being aware of certain countries that use a lot of such arguments with infringing the right to free speech.
I mean, I will just say that I actually promised to say what we could do more. And this was not only your point, but also the lady before. And I wanted to say that indeed we should utilize these technologies also to promote our messages. As for example, we did in the elections. I mean, for example, my organization, we have been sort of using this voting advice application for youth. So this was something that was actually helping young people, because often you hear, oh, we don't know whom to vote for, and this is something that we gave them this application, and then we also ran a huge campaign on the social media, which generated over 12 million impressions. So I think my point is that, and I think this is the last words from me, I think cooperation, it's a multi-stakeholder problem. So, of course, it's like designing regulations is like, it's a moving target, but we know that, as I said, the train has left the train station. We need to do that. It's not easy, but we need research, we need cooperation, we can get inspiration. I mean, Polish elections, for example, I mean, mobilization of young people, mobilization of women. These are all inspirational things which I believe we in the European Union, we need to cooperate, and we are basically running an election observation effort under the Election Watch EU, which basically will be done in all European countries for these upcoming elections, the same as with this voting advice application. And I think this type of collaboration is a response, because those actors on the other side, they are learning from each other, and they will repeat. Our advantages, that probably they are predictable. Whatever Orban does, we know will be repeated by someone else. Whatever Trump did, Wilders did in the Netherlands, will be repeated. So this is our advantage, but we need to better cooperate.
Yeah, I'm sure that will be repeated, and we are almost at the end of our panel. But don't worry, Grisha, don't worry. I said but, so we are providing food for thoughts, and there will be also food. But before that, I will use the power of the mic and Grisha. But you have to. We can borrow. We can give you a mic. Don't worry.
Thank you. We are in the end of discussion.
Don't worry.
I don't want to open the new issue, but is missing here. It's like hidden guest in the room, that we are discussing about technologies, designing technologies, regulation, content of disinformation, misinformation. But what about the role of hostile authoritarian states which are attacking us? Because it's not fair debate. It's they really war against us. We are trying to defend our democracy, our way of life, and state actors in these states who are against our value system, against democracy, they are attacking us. I mean, it's a state policy of the state. My short question, I mean, maybe it's time to think not only about, I mean, the reaction focused on our domestic agenda, but kind of retaliation, because they're using our platforms, platforms from Western world. I mean, Twitter or X, Facebook, all, I mean, platforms which were invented here for improvement of our life, and now they are trying to, I mean, to destroy us through these channels.
Yeah. So yes, so how we can defend itself against the really malign state actors that are there, for sure.
Well, I think it's a great question, and I agree that we are still not taking this seriously enough. I think our governments, but also our institutions and philanthropies have to invest more in societal resilience and also in deterrence and defense of those foreign hostile attacks on our democracies and democratic processes and societies. So yes, I'm aware that the European countries have worked on sanctions against cyber attacks, and that they are now also working on sanctions or possibilities to, let's say, punish against, let's say, foreign information manipulation and interference. That's a good development, but I honestly think that we are still not taking these threats and the fact that not just Russia, but other authoritarian state actors are conducting political warfare against democracies. And it is high time that we stand up to that before we lose even more democracies.
Nick, Giovanni?
I would just add that from a policymaking and media literacy and you know, civil society aspect to all of that, I think that when you are looking at information warfare, at ways in which you can, you know, have a political bulwark against foreign state actors launching these types of disinformation campaigns, you really need to have a buy-in from policymakers. You need to have a greater social awareness that this is a real issue, because there can other times be instances and examples like what happened in the United States, where the United States was going to create a disinformation agency that was going to look at foreign state actor attacks, and there was such a political backlash against it through largely bad faith, some would argue, attacks and vilification of the person who was put in charge of it, and in some case from far-right actors, extreme harassment of the woman who was put in charge of this agency, that they ended up essentially shutting it down. And you have, you know, an attempt from a government to create something that could work as a defense against foreign state actors, but because of, you know, name whatever aspect of it is, whether it is kind of, you know, political polarization or a lack of, you know, media awareness of this issue, you had it fall apart. So when you're trying to build these, I think it's incredibly important to think of all of the moving parts and all of the ways in which, you know, you can build a robust version of this that is that isn't susceptible to failure.
I really don't have an answer around this this question of the foreign influence. It is of course a huge threat, and I think it's a question that should be an issue that should be tackled really through law enforcement, IT experts. So it is necessary to identify who's promoting coordinated attacks and campaigns from outside the countries. And on the other hand, I also think there is an overlap between campaigns that are promoted by foreign actors and what comes spontaneously, I would say, from inside the public discourse of some countries. And that we need to be like crystal clear and to build the strongest safeguards against mixing the two things. So it is legitimate to have anti-European political stance in Europe, and it is legitimate to say that, as it is not a crime to say false things if you are a private citizen. And this is really a line that we need to draw every single time we have this discussion, I think, because I have the impression that very often we tend to kind of mix the plans of the discussion. If those political stances come from outside, we need to go after those like 100% with full force, identifying them, stopping them, etc. On the other hand, I also have the feeling that in the past few years, the level of political interference coming from outside has been a little also overstated, because we don't like to recognize that some parts of our societies are going in a different directions from what we think is right or the good things.
Just very briefly, I mean, certainly this country is not an example of where it was overstated. To the contrary, it's an example of how sort of ignoring these threats led to the current situation where people, have such positions, as you saw from some of those researches that were shared. But very briefly, just to say that thank you for bringing this. I think one thing that we realize nowadays is that it has become very cheap to interfere in someone else's elections. It has been, and then think how much is at stake. A geopolitical orientation of a country is at stake in an election. So therefore, it's not a question whether there is an interference. It's a question, where is the interference exactly? Yeah? I mean, so it's not, I mean, they are not, this has become part of their foreign policies. They integrated this foreign interference in elections into their foreign policies. They're investing a lot of money into this. So on our side, like ability to recognize that hybrid war is a war is important to start with. Second thing, it is a political will that is necessary, because it means setting resources, it means setting defense against this, and I'm afraid that this is something that does not exist fully. Certainly, we can talk. We cannot talk because it's lunchtime, but certainly I'm really worried about this type of influence in my country, especially now after the elections.
Yeah, I think Slovakia is an example of the country that the part of the society is willing to adopt the malign Russian, especially Russian disinformation, and knowingly or unknowingly, but also we are quite good at creating our own disinfo scene. Of course, those things overlap. But we have one last thing. I was asked to give a floor. Please.
Thank you. I'm Laura Lubanova, and I work at the Economic and Social Council in Bulgaria. And in June, we had a conference together with the committee, and the topic it was for the whole conference disinformation. And Alice was our speaker. She was connected with. It was a hybrid event, but most of the topics that you repeat here have been mentioned also in the conference in Sofia. And for us, it was also very important because the last couple of years we have been have experience of elections after elections. So, and the disinformation, it was a main thing how to react. And here, probably one of the topics that hasn't been mentioned, it was the conclusion that the disinformation should be fought with more information. And as us representing the organized civil society, we have been producing opinions, resolutions of most of the topics that have been afterwards misinformed the whole society. And very often we're asking, but we have an opinion, and it wasn't anyway presented or discussed in the society, or we communicated, but it wasn't put in the focus of the discussion of the society. So my question is, are we failing as representative of the civil society communicating our statements and the facts? Because after that we are just reacting on fact-checking, but are we first failing of putting in front of the society what is real and what we should focus on the discussion? So this is my question, and sorry for taking time off the lunch.
No, of course not. So, are we failing, or can we really fight? Can we really debate misinfo with more information and with explaining things?
I'm not sure that more information is the answer to disinformation, actually. That's, first of all, our social, let's say, digital platforms, the current information space is actually not working like a marketplace of ideas. Because, for example, partly because of the algorithms, there's no level playing field. So facts don't get as much engagement as outrageous or sensationalist content. And the other thing is also our brains don't work that way. And especially when we already are in a constantly bombarded with information, and we have an information overload, simply adding more information may not be well. It's not let's say at least not a silver bullet to do it. I don't have an easy answer. I do know that speaking from, let's say, the psychological perspective, it can help to put out more, not, let's say, dry facts or dry information that tries to kind of convince people and speak to the rational part of the brain. But if you present it perhaps more as a narrative or try to somehow appeal to people's emotions, without, of course, not manipulating truth, we should as democracy stay true to facts and to reality. But nevertheless, if you can somehow, speak to the hearts and minds of people rather than just to their rational part of the brain, that may help.
Nick?
I would just add to that I think there is a huge hurdle when it comes to platforms that have algorithms or policies that incentivize disinformation and make it harder for quality information to get out there. I would say that, just speaking from a media perspective, I do think that it is, the job of journalists, the job of media companies, to meet people where they are, to get to the platforms, to get to the issues that people care about, to reach audiences and to reach consumers of information with that quality information. I think that whether it is thinking about ways in which you can present stories that are compelling narratives that make people want to read them and think about them, or whether it is, going on to new platforms and coming up with different ways of presenting journalism. I do think that it is something that representatives of the media, that journalists should think about constantly, which is how, when we're doing all this reporting, when we're finding all these facts, and when we're verifying all of this information, how can we present them in the most compelling and accessible way for people? Because I think that there is a risk in which, if we don't do that, if we say, well, people should have read, my accurate story rather than this piece of information, and it's not my fault that they didn't, I think that risks creating a bubble in which you're not going to reach the people who need this information. And so I would just add on to what Alice was saying with that.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. And yeah, there will be a lunch. Just last two sentences from me. One is, the name of the panel was World Cup of Elections. So it will be a tournament. Let's hope that at the end, the democracy won't be eliminated, because it may happen in tournaments. But I think to avoid this, you can all vote. As why vote? So I encourage you vote. And also I encourage you to talk to the people who might have a little bit different opinions, maybe to your family, to your friends, because I think this is also important, because we need, in my view, as a journalist, I'm talking to a lot of people I don't like, let's be honest. But I have to, and I think it's important. I think it's important having a conversation within the society. I think we can somewhat need to live together, not just having big rifts in the society. And at the end, please, big applause for my panelists.
Thank you very much indeed for closing this first panel. Before taking into account the lunch break, please accept from our side the sign of gratitude for your presence and contribution in order to learn us how to have a deeper reading of the realities, which is marked by post-truth realities in this century of loneliness. And of course, we need to be wise in order to deal with all these realities. Please be so kind and accept from our side a sign of gratitude.
Thank you very
And
much.
once again, please, a round of applause for this panel.
Thank you. Thank you. And please enjoy the lunch, but be back 2:30 sharp. Thank you.
If I may, before the lunch, I should like to have a direct request. Let's try to have a photo with the participants after this panel, and then we shall exchange a room for the lunch break. May I have your presence in front of this podium for a family photo, please? Thank you very much in advance.
I think you can use the...
Kasia, masz mikrofon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. I don't know if you can hear anything.
I can, but I don't think it's working.
No, it's too...
Can you hear me all right? I'm seeing some thumbs up. That's very helpful. Can I see some thumbs up down the back? I see 1, 2, oh, I see one right down the back. That's very good. Okay. You've passed the first test. My name is Laura Sullivan. As you may hear from the accent, I'm a native of Ireland, living in Belgium these last 22 years. I am an Anglophone, and Anglophones can be very annoying and speak too fast. So if that's the case, please give me the international symbol of slow down, you move too fast, right? So, like this. Okay, thank you. So it's a real privilege to be here in Bratislava with all of you, to get to hang out for 2 days with a lot of people with a lot of ideas and inspiration. And two of those people are sitting to my left and to my right and are going to bring us through a session around the European Parliament's campaign strategy for the next European elections, and as well as the Together EU community and how to organise local election campaign events. What am I doing here? So I run an NGO called We Move Europe. It's a campaigning organisation that links up about 1 million activists, advocates, people who care, people who would like to make Europe soulful again, all over the European Union, to try to push on social justice, environmental justice, and so on. And we really care about the next European elections. So I'm really looking forward to this session to listen to what you all have to say, to what you want to do, and also what the Parliament's got up its sleeve. So it is the kind of post-lunch slump. That's hard to say after lunch, but it means that we might need a little bit of energy in the room, and the colleagues from EESC have prepared a little Slido exercise. So can I just check, how many people in the room have used Slido before? Okay, ça va quand même. Good. So what we're going to do is, if you have your devices there, that'd be very handy. And if you could go to slido.com, and if you could go to this hashtag connecting EU 2023. Yeah, you can take a photo if that helps you. And just in a moment, we have 3 questions. This suddenly feels like, I don't know, some sort of Eurovision quiz. Right, here we go, our first question. I can't really read it because hang on. Right, so does your organization plan to, or is it already mobilizing members, employees around the EU? Okay, you're very fast. You're finished before I don't need to turn around, it's right here, my goodness. Okay, so the results are coming in. Let's be patient. I'm not very patient, let's be patient. Oh,